Hello and good morning, everyone. I am Melissa Tully, the Director of the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Iowa. Today is One Day for Iowa, the university's 24-hour Giving Day. I have the honor of introducing our live stream. Students, faculty, and staff will come into the studio to highlight the courses, organizations, and opportunities available in SJMC. All SJMC students have the opportunity to engage in meaningful experiential learning, like covering high school athletics for the Solon Economist, creating podcasts for local nonprofits, and traveling to Washington, D.C. to learn about media law in the U.S. Capitol. These opportunities give our students the space to think critically and problem solve while developing their writing, journalism, and strategic communication skills. During the live stream, you'll meet some of the folks involved in SJMC, and we'll see some of the work students have produced. We'll have temperature checks throughout the day to see if we hit our fundraising goal of $10,000. All donations of any amount support our students as they train to be the next generation of storytellers. Thanks to a generous donor, all gifts will be matched up to $10,000, doubling your impact. You can show your support by donating at onedayforiowa.org/SJMC26. You can also support the Daily Iowan by going to onedayforiowa.org/DI26. Thank you so much for your support.
Our journeys start here, in this most unique of places where we, like generations before us, find our voice, our meaning, where we add form to our highest ambitions, where we constantly redefine who we are. We need leaders, not followers, doers, not bystanders, believers, not cynics. But where do we find these new industrialists, these tellers of truth? At the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Iowa. For over 100 years, the school has nurtured creative disruptors, information pioneers, and truth revolutionaries who continue to help us to discover, define, and explain the world. From George Gallup in 1923 to the first master's degree awarded to a woman in the study of journalism, this tradition of innovation, imagination, and accomplishment provides us with a roadmap for the future inscribed with the highest ideals and boldest aspirations for our students, our faculty, and the world around us.
The best for me was working at the Daily Iowan. It was a wonderful experience for somebody coming from abroad and definitely life-changing.
I don't think I was a good advocate for myself until I went to Iowa, and I had some professors that said, you know, you need to advocate for yourself. If you don't know something, if you want to know more, you need to come to me and I'll help you do it. And they did.
The long Friday nights that I spent putting together shows and trying to get them out on the internet before our deadline, those are just memories that I have of working with a handful of people who were just as dedicated as I was.
Some of the most important people in my life I met in Iowa, and they were important to me because they taught me some basic things about humanity and about people that I still carry to this day.
I've got determination and drive, and I want to be creative, and I don't want to feel held back. And the journalism school lets you use everything you can think of and then encourages you to do more.
I would say if you have any kind of curiosity about the world you live in and you want to make the place you live in a better place, journalism is a great, great opportunity, and besides, it's a lot of fun.
Our missions are varied, our tools are diverse. Our culture is inclusive and powerful, but what we all have in common is that we are wired for connection. Connection across time and technology, culture and race. We are the makers, the builders, the dreamers who have a relentless passion for our craft and an unwavering commitment to pursue truth and to ensure that those who come after us continue to build on our legacy of innovation, imagination, and accomplishment. Because in the end, it's about getting it right and having fun along the way. Fulfilling our purpose, following our passions, building a better world, and making our dreams come true.
Good morning, and thank you for tuning in to the One Day for Iowa live stream. My name is Hannah Fideli, and I'll be introducing some of our guests this morning. We're going to start out with Jason Brumman, who is the publisher of the Daily Iowan, and we also have Roxy Eckberg here, who's the executive editor, and Ty Rushing, one of the professors here at the Daily Iowan. So we're going to talk about the acquisitions we have from the Solon Economist and the Mount Vernon Lisbon Sun. So, starting it off, Jason, what are some of the biggest changes you've seen since the Daily Iowan acquired the Solon Economist and the Mount Vernon Lisbon Sun?
Yeah, so it's 2 years ago last month, which is hard to believe, and I think, to me, the biggest changes have been the influx of student journalists that we've been able to put into those newsrooms. So Mount Vernon went from a newsroom of 1.5, and Solon just 1 news person, and now we have 3 reporting interns, we have a digital social media intern, Ty Rushing's class, Aaron Jordan's class contributes to that, Wayne Dre's Prep Sports Report class contributes to those newspapers. So you can imagine going from a super small staff to all of a sudden having a team of students just allows those papers to cover their communities that much better and tell more stories.
Yeah, and Roxy, going off that, what do you think this brings as a student yourself to students to allow them to intern and get to experience being in a real working newsroom?
Yeah, for sure. The Daily Iowan allows for great experiential opportunities, and then working in a professional newsroom with people who have been in the industry for a while. I actually started my career in a small town journalist. You know, there was one person who was doing all of the work. So like being a part of that newsroom really helped me shape what type of journalist I want to be. And I think providing that opportunity to our staff is just amazing.
And then Professor Rushing, same question for you. What do you think this brings to the classroom setting, allowing them to go into these newsrooms and work with these professionals?
Yeah, I mean, well, it gives them real world experience while still being a student. So you get that opportunity where, hey, you can't, you mess up, it's okay. These guys are very understanding that we are students and this is a learning lab. And you don't have to worry about getting fired, where it's like, if this is your job right out of school, you may not make it if you stub your toes too many times. But, Nathan and Chris at the papers have been excellent to work with. They're very understanding of working with student journalists. They're very encouraging, very supportive. We've gotten a lot of great feedback from the community. And then for me, as someone who has a background in community journalism, I love letting our students get to experience it because, so often we overlook those small town newspapers and those community newspapers as places where you can have a fulfilling career and tell good stories.
Yeah, that kind of brings up a new question for me. So we learn here at the J School about like news deserts and specifically in rural communities. What do you think that, engaging with these small newspapers does? Does it bring maybe a new perspective than just like thinking of, oh, I'm going to work at this big network or the New York Times or something like that? What do you think it gives students a perspective of?
I hope it enlightens them and shows them, hey, there are opportunities out there. And of course, there are some folks who are like, yeah, I appreciate the experience, but it's not for me, and that's okay. But I think everyone should just take a crack in community journalism because one of the benefits of it is that you cover everything. When you work for a community newspaper, you're not just a sports reporter, you're not just a city council reporter, you're not just a cops reporter, you cover all of those different things. So it can help you find what your specialty is going to be and what you want to focus on later on in your career. Or you could just be a person who specializes in being a general assignment reporter and likes being the Jack or Jill of all trades.
Yeah, awesome. So my next question, what does this provide students working at the DI and also students in classes? So do you see specifically the DI side? I'll ask you, Jason, what do you see this helping students that work there?
So we have a few students that do some of both. They're either in a class working for Solon and Mount Vernon, and they work at the Daily Iowan as well. And I think, to Ty's point, it's just a different perspective, right? So maybe a student that would not have thought that they want to work for a small town newspaper, or they initially have their sits on big metros, just gives them that exposure to community journalism, and it's different, right? it's, I think in some ways, more difficult to cover a high school football game and keep your own stats and be in charge of running down your interviews than going to Kinnick Stadium and getting the stats provided to you and having that. So it's different, but I think all of it's additive and ultimately trying to expose students to that level of community journalism as a possible path.
Yeah. And then Roxy, bringing it over to you, what have you heard from some of your staff members that kind of double dip and do both? What have they told you about this experience?
Yeah, we've been having a lot of conversations lately about postgraduate employment because we're kind of approaching graduation season. And I've heard from multiple of our reporters that are graduating about how they've switched their mindset from wanting to work for a big national publication. Now they want to work more in that community journalism kind of era instead of going out and being a part of those national organizations right away because of their ability to connect with the community and really get that experience and get, like you said, like becoming a Jack or Jill of all trades.
Yeah.
Awesome. So Ty, can you tell us more about the work students produce for this community news class that you teach?
Yeah, so I co-teach this class with Professor Erin Jordan. We alternate semesters. So for the spring semester, she's teaching it. We co-taught the first semester that we kind of had this collaboration. And so we do everything. So we start off by teaching them how to cover school board and city council meetings. So that's one of the most fundamental skills you can have as a journalist, and it translates up well, especially if you want to individually cover state or federal government. So we teach them how to cover those type of meetings. We teach them what a school board is, what a city council is, how to approach the people on there, how to relay the information, how to get the most important context from the meeting to your readers. And then we move on from there and we teach them about, how to write features and profiles and how to find those stories. That's often a question a lot of student journalists have. It's like, okay, how do I find this kind of story? And especially in small towns, the biggest thing is just being present, being visible, talking to people, having those conversations. Looking at the billboards, whenever you go to a gas station, look at the bulletin board. When you go to a building, look at the bulletin board. You're going to find so many story ideas there. And of course, social media is a part of that as well, especially in small towns. Like the Facebook network is important to tap into. So teaching them how to find those stories and how to tell those stories. And then for their final story of the semester, it's an enterprise story in which they have to kind of come up with their own idea and tell extensively reported stories that features multiple sources. And these stories, you end up getting a front page out of it, or maybe multiple issues. And so telling a unique story that the editors of these papers will not have the time or resources to tell themselves is great. And so I remember at the beginning of last semester, we talked to Nathan and Chris, the editors, and we're like, hey, what do you guys have on your list? Because our first semester we worked with them. They had this giant list of stories they wanted told. And they're like, between our internships and you guys, the list has been complete. So we have to find some new ideas. And I was like, all right, this is a great problem to have.
That's awesome. And then working with these newspapers, students get their stories published, correct?
Yes.
What do you think that does for them when they're going out to find jobs, with competition?
Oh, I mean, getting real world bylines, that's a leg up for any student, and that's a unique opportunity that's presented here at the University of Iowa, thanks to our collaboration with the Daily Iowan. So you can't beat that. I mean, and then I love too, because I get the issues every week, and I love when I can hand a student their byline. Even in our digital era, there's nothing like holding and seeing your name in print.
Yeah.
And so when I can give you a physical manifestation of your work, that's special.
Yeah.
And I'd add too, there's no guarantee that it's going to be published,
No.
right?
Yeah.
And so
That's part of the deal.
they have to do the work and have a good story, and so it's not an open path to get published. You've really got to put in the work and have a good story.
Yeah, just because you're in the class doesn't mean everything you write is going to get published. It has to be quality. And you got to get vetted by Professor Jordan and I, and then the editors themselves are going to decide whether or not they run it.
Awesome. And then what do you think, Jason, is the most important thing students can take away from working with these local papers?
To piggyback on what Ty said earlier, I think just the foundations of journalism, right? And just fundamentally covering local government, covering your school board, understanding how taxpayers' money is spent, keeping government entities accountable. For both of these communities, these papers are the only ones covering Mount Vernon and the only ones covering Solon or Lisbon. So without these papers and without the students coming into these towns to report on what's going on, it wouldn't be done. It's really important.
Awesome. And then Roxy, same question for you. What do you think is the most important thing students take away from working with these local papers?
the experience for sure, and like Ty said, having your name physically in print is just like an otherworldly feeling, and knowing that you're contributing to a community and informing the public is just really satisfying. So I think them learning what that feels like on a different scale compared to being published in the Daily Iowan is really good for them to feel that, and also experience another newsroom. Every newsroom has different dynamics, and learning how you fit into different newsrooms and how you can contribute to different teams is really important professional development.
Awesome. And then Professor Rushing, same question for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's just a unique opportunity. It's really wonderful for students to get this opportunity, and it not only does it serve our students, but it serves these communities because, again, you have like newsrooms that are short staffed, and so like stories that may slip through the cracks are still getting told now because of this. And hopefully, we're inspiring a lot of our students to potentially want to take on that role in community journalism somewhere. So the fact that we can give you this kind of opportunity and teach you about it while you're still a student and open your eyes to a wider world of journalism is fantastic.
Great. And then Ty, can you tell me a little bit about the community media class, or is it called community news class?
So this is confusing. I
Okay.
teach a class called community news,
Okay.
and I teach a class called community media.
Can you talk to the media one first?
So community
Yes.
media is my gen ed class. So that's
Gotcha.
not the one with the newspapers, but it's a gen ed class where we teach students from all majors a little bit about journalism. We typically work with a community nonprofit. So this semester we're working with Dream City, and we're working with Downtown Cedar Rapids because I'm teaching two sections of it. So right now we're learning about downtown development and redevelopment and why it's important and how a community stays prosperous. So that's what we're doing with Cedar Rapids, and we're getting ready to start working on some oral history projects where we're going to interview 10 people related to downtown Cedar Rapids to talk about their lives and why they're stakeholders in downtown Cedar Rapids. And then with Dream City, we're learning about what the nonprofit entity does, how it works, how it functions. We're also gearing up to do nonprofit oral stories with them as well. So it's a pretty cool class because, again, a lot of my students are non-journalism majors, so they're learning about interviews, they're learning how to write, they're doing media critiques, they're learning about framing, they're learning what the standards of excellent journalism are. I'll call it kind of my lowercase j journalism class because, I'm not as hardcore as Roxy's taking a lowercase j and a capital J journalism class, and so like, yes, I'm strident in both classes, but like, I'm a little meaner, as she put it, in my capital J journalism classes. But it's a pretty fun class. I mean, it's so great to have engineering students doing interviews with people because it's like totally out of their wheelhouse, and like seeing them open up and get more comfortable with it, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that brings me to my next question. Like, what is it like working with these non-majors, and what do you think having them in a journalism class brings to their well-roundedness as a student at Iowa?
I love it because, again, we're teaching them skills that they typically wouldn't learn in their major. We're teaching them about, just kind of like more of the humanities and like liberal arts and things like that. And I've been trying to recruit some when I find people who are really good writers. Like I had a nursing student who was just an incredible writer last semester. I was like, you should really consider journalism as a secondary major. Like, yes, nursing and journalism don't really mesh much, but she was such a talent and just so good at telling stories. I'm like, you need to be over here. Like, sure, you can save lives, but you can save tax dollars money instead.
True. And then with that class, do they just do writing? Is there a multimedia?
Multimedia as well. So there's writing, there's video production, there's social media production, and there's audio editing.
So it's a full encompassment.
You get a little bit of everything.
And when students are learning all of this, what is it like to watch these, non-majors get to use these softwares and learn how to use all this equipment for the first time?
It's so fun. I mean, one of the first assignments is a personal story, and they're all like, okay, we have to tell a story about ourselves, and so many people are very shy about it. And then you get to really know your classmates because, it's a 20-person class, so you really get to know each other, get comfortable with each other. And after you share that personal story, it makes it a lot easier to work with someone on a separate project because you have a little bit of sense of who they are. And yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Like I really love the class. Just like it gets really intimate. Like I tell people, like, we're going to get to know each other really well here, and I want this to be a supportive and productive environment.
And with this class, is it just like a hard news, or do they get to, do more like lighthearted stories or events or anything with like social media?
Yeah, so like it depends on what the nonprofit partner wants.
Gotcha.
So for example, with Agape Cafe, we worked with last semester, we produced a short documentary film for them. We did 3 marketing/promotional videos that were about 3 minutes in length, and then we produced about 20 to 30 social media clips for them as well.
Wow. And then now I want to transition to your capital J class, your community news class. I'll ask some of the similar questions, but so what is it like to work with these students that are, junior, senior, majors? They're getting ready to get their portfolios together and get out into the big, scary working world. What is it like to work with them and see them grow in these classes?
Oh my God, I love it. It's my favorite thing ever. I have them do an in-class assignment for the first writing assignment. Like they have to write the story in class on the deadline. So like, so you can feel that pressure.
Yeah.
What it's like when you got to turn the story around really quick. And that's kind of like my baseline for how I judge their writing. And so as we have more writing semesters throughout the semester, I get to see them progress and see them enhance, and I get to see them take lessons that I taught them about in class and apply it to their writing. Or like when I leave a little note like, hey, you should try doing this, you should try doing that. And then when I see them actually apply it, it makes me feel so good because I'm like, they're actually listening to me, wow. But I just love seeing their improvement. I love seeing them get more comfortable and acquire new skills. I mean, this week we're learning how to look into money at the state government level and how like campaigns are financed and how it affects legislation and policy. We did the same thing for the local level. One of my favorite stories to have them do is talk to people about salt in the roads. And so I'm like, all right, call up this county or city that you're assigned and figure out like how much you're spending on salt, how much they're paying snowplow drivers, what are the routes, how many miles of bridges are in this town, because it's all public information. And I want you to deep dive into that and then just see how it's important.
Awesome, that's super cool. I'm going to transition over to Roxy. So how in your newsroom has it changed, like with assignments that go to Solon and Mount Vernon? Do you assign people to go to cover these events? Does it come straight from the editors of these papers? How does that kind of collaboration work?
Yeah, I don't typically assign things for Solon or Mount Vernon. We just kind of go about our coverage as per usual, and they're able to look through and sift through and determine what works for their community, because what works in Iowa City might not work in Mount Vernon or Lisbon or Solon. So they have autonomy with that. It's not me making those calls, it's their editors.
Awesome. And Jason, same question kind of for you. So how do students kind of balance, if they're working for both papers, their coverage in the different towns?
Yeah, good question. I think no different than a student maybe balancing another job or balancing class. And I think that's one thing that's been really good about the class aspect, both Ty and Aaron's and also Wayne Dre's, is that students are coming into the classes and getting some exposure to these communities. And that's where a lot of our internship pool has come from, or whether it's a social media marketing class for like a digital social media intern. So they're getting exposure at a class level, getting a taste for it, and then some are showing enough interest to go and want to pursue an internship with that. So, like I said, we've got a few students that balance DI or DITV with Solon and Mount Vernon, and I think ultimately that works really well for them.
Cool. And this is kind of just a little curiosity I have. So we see today that media is very much shifting towards social media and short form videos. Is there an aspect that students get to like experiment, or people that work at the DI get to experiment with that?
Yeah, so I can answer from Mount Vernon Solon, you can talk about Daily Iowa and Roxy. The social media digital presence of these papers, I think 2 years ago, was very infant stage, and we're still maybe in the crawl, starting to walk stage of things right now with it. But last summer, for example, we covered, both these towns have really large festivals that attract a lot of people. Solon Beef Days and then Chalk the Walk in Mount Vernon. And we covered that from a social standpoint, like had people cover it strictly for social media. It's really the first time that those papers were able to do something like that. And so there's vertical video, there's photos, there's quick interviews, all stuff that was not designed to go into the paper, but designed to live on social media. And the students that did that really took that and ran with it and did a great job.
Yeah. And then Roxy, for you?
Yeah, the question was about social media.
Yeah, and that Daily Iowan, and like, is there an increase since the last couple years of like social media content, vertical video, stuff like that?
Yeah, we've put forward a pretty strong push this year to expand on our social media presence. We've actually created a TikTok account, which was a fun conversation to explain to the board that I wanted to make a TikTok account for the newsroom. But so that's been really interesting to have those conversations of how do we balance having a social media presence while remaining ethical? How do we present these stories in ways that our audiences are going to consume them is something that we've been talking about a lot. Like meeting our readers where they're at is something that we say, because college age students aren't typically on Facebook. They're more on Instagram or TikTok. So catering toward that audience, and then also like the younger generations and older generations in Iowa City, those families, they're more on Facebook. So kind of having like an understanding of the differentiation between which audiences you're targeting and which stories will perform better in different ways. We've recently done a lot more video, I feel like. We had somebody go out, Jack Birmingham, one of our sports reporters, we made him go out on like the Pennacrest and ask people for their opinions on the Iowa-Nebraska game on Thursday, and then their like how they were feeling about watching the Florida game and that like last second buzzer beater and stuff like that. So it's been really fun to watch people, young journalists, go out and do that, because that's the media that they're consuming, that's what they're watching, so them being able to create that for themselves is really rewarding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd add to that it's been great with March Madness and tournaments going on, and you know, Colin Crithers, for example, from DITV, our sports director, was in Tampa last week, got back on Monday to Cincinnati, drove to Iowa City. They flew out this morning for Houston, and they just have done a really great job covering the basketball team and getting a lot of content, a lot of video up on social media.
Yeah, and doing video, I think, I can speak from my experience. When you're going on an assignment, you have to do either your written story or your video story for broadcast. But then when you're also doing another vertical video, it's like I'm balancing all these things. I'm doing these interviews, but I have to remember to do for different formats. So like, what do you think that brings, or how do you think that helps students prepare for their futures?
Also, I think it's good to think about what story you're trying to tell and what platform makes the most sense, right? And covering the same story, covering a basketball game in print versus online versus social media, it's not the same. You're not putting the same thing out there. So that's one thing that's been a huge difference from 20 some years ago when I was a student here, and Facebook wasn't a thing yet, and Twitter wasn't invented yet. That just to think about, how do you tell this story on what platform, and to your point, going out, shooting an assignment, but having to get a certain type of video for social, another type of video for your package.
Awesome, and I'm going to transition. I have one more question. It's for Ty. Can you talk a little bit about the Agape Cafe video? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Agape Cafe.
Yes. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, this documentary, you can watch it right now on the SJMC YouTube channel. Liz Schultz was like our lead producer for that project, but it's a short documentary that kind of tells you the history of the Agape Cafe and what it means to people. And Liz, again, she had a great team behind her as well. But like, she kind of took the lead on this because, and I always love when I have at least one journalism student in this class, because they can kind of take lead. And so the fact that she's like also a stud with DITV helped. And this documentary is like, they had drone shots for a 6-minute documentary.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so they had drone shots, but the Agape Cafe, on Wednesday, anyone can go there and get a free breakfast, and it's made to order. It's 100% free. And so, for a lot of people who are food insecure, this might be the only time they get a fresh meal that week. And so, but like other people just go for support, and they have great coffee that's donated by a local roaster. Like the first time I went there, I was surprised at how good the coffee was, because they were like, "Oh, you want a cup?" I'm like, "All right." And I was like, "Oh, this is tasty." But it's really worth watching the film, because you get to hear from the now former director. I think she has since retired. But she talks about it. You hear from a lot of the people who are part of the program, and they tell you about why they volunteer and why it means so much to this community, and how it's been this local institution for nearly 30 years, just serving people who need a good meal in Iowa City.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for coming today. We're going to watch that video right now. So thank you, Jason, Roxy, and Ty, for your time. And let's play the clip.
The Agape Cafe was started by the University of Iowa Episcopal Chaplain. I think I heard about the cafe when it first started, which was back in 1993, but I had little kids at the time, so it was probably 10 years after that I actually called and said, "Hey, I'd like to volunteer." Hi, my name is Jenny Britton, and I am one of the co-directors of the Agape Cafe in Iowa City, and I have been doing this job since January 2020, and I volunteered for maybe 10 years before that. I think the cafe is really solidly recognized as a community resource. I think the reason to keep the cafe going is because of its unique status in the world of food insecurity services. The people who started the cafe and the people who volunteer now really keep the guest at the center of the experience. It's a place where people can come and feel like they're getting a break from the pressures of the outside world, where they're getting to choose things. If we can possibly say yes, we're going to say yes. And I think that is really important. Also, as a place where the community really comes together in the sense that guests and volunteers are interacting, talking with each other in a way they might not other places. The cafe is staffed by one 25-hour-a-week job that I split with somebody else, and otherwise everything's done by volunteers. And in a given year, we're probably working with maybe 100 people, and so that is super important because that's really what makes the cafe go around. And then there's volunteers who have been here for years and they just really like doing it. As much as the cafe is a respite for the people who come eat, I also think it's a little bit of a respite for people who volunteer, because this is a place where you don't have to think quite so much about what limitations are, and you can be of service without any strings attached. How much people get to know the guests is really dependent on how often they're here.
I really enjoy volunteering here at Agape. For one, I'm helping people maybe get warmer, because there are many people who are on the streets, literally. But this is not just for homeless, it's also for food insecure people as well.
One of the things about the cafe is that we have sort of a no barriers approach, so we don't ask any questions about anything. So I can't tell you with any degree of certainty how many people are unhoused, how many people are working. The fact that everybody's in there together is really what makes the cafe work. And I think people are really interested in hospitality. I mean, I've just gotten to know so many excellent people over the years, and it gives me such a better understanding of the way our systems work in real life. You know, it's one thing to hear, oh, SNAP got cut, but it's another thing to talk to somebody who tells you that they didn't have any grocery money for November. So we're very lucky in the kitchen. We have been able to consistently recruit good cooks. The kitchen runs very much like a restaurant kitchen runs. I think the most important part of the guest experience is the choice aspect. If I'd served you something you didn't order and you say, hey, Jenny, I actually wanted 3 scrambled eggs, I will go away and fix it. That's so central to the guest experience. Guests are given a menu, and it's exactly what you would think if you were coming to a breakfast place. So people can have eggs, they can have omelets. Every week we're either serving pancakes or French toast. There's hash browns, there's bacon, there's sausage, oatmeal, grits, fresh fruit. So that is always what's on the menu is there every week. The cafe is an example of trying to help people with their immediate needs in such a way that they can go on to do more systemic things. But the big drivers of food insecurity are made other places. One guest told me one time that he really appreciated coming for breakfast because he was somebody who used a power wheelchair, and he was also somebody who had diabetes. And he said being able to come first thing in the morning meant he could eat and he wouldn't end up in the hospital. It's the nutritional value of the food is important, and then sort of having that community sense. Because I think people do feel like they're part of a community when they're here. People wander in the kitchen, give a round of applause for the cooks. I mean, our objective on any given Wednesday morning is to make sure you go out the door with a good meal.
Some of the things that guests have said include, quote, "So thankful to have the cafe around. It's a warm place with a hot meal with a lot of good people, helping and caring people.
Thank you for your services. Keep up the good work. Food is really good.
Thanks to all that helped, the cooks and the others.
My first time here, it was very tasty and all the servers were wonderful and the atmosphere was pleasant. Thank you and God bless.
Free food, yummy food, people are nice.
Thanks for all your hard work and early mornings. I love the cafe. It's been around 4 years, provides the most important meal of the day.
The cafe is amazing, provides for some who can't provide for themselves. So thankful for you guys being so thoughtful.
I think it's really important that people learn other people's stories, because the way things are set up in our current world, you can go through your whole life. If you're a person who isn't food insecure, you can go through your whole life without ever really coming in contact with anybody or understanding the problem. And so I think it's really important to get to know people because that helps break down some of those barriers that exist.
Welcome back, everyone, for our One Day for Iowa telethon. Hannah and I are so excited to be here. We have some new guests. We have Rachel Young and Jeff Grismore, who are the faculty sponsors for the Adler Agency, which is a huge organization here at the journalism school. So why don't you guys start out and just explain to us a little bit about what the Adler Agency is?
You want me to start? Yeah. So the Adler Agency is a student-run strategic communications agency. So that means that we have a student leadership team and client teams made up of students who are really the driving force for the work that we do for our clients. And our student-run agency has two types of clients. We have paying clients who pay the students for their work, and then we take on pro bono or nonprofit clients who are usually small nonprofits in Iowa City who can really use the help with communications. So a lot of our work is focused on engagement and storytelling for the brands and for the organizations that we've worked with. And this is our second year? Yeah, our fourth semester working with the agency. So we're relatively new, but we've grown and improved every semester.
Yeah, can you kind of explain how agency is different than like strategic communications class here?
Well, I think it goes back to kind of why we decided to start this in the beginning was that, you know, I think all academic institutions are trying to figure out, you know, how do we marry kind of theory and practice? You know, how do we bring kind of a practical experience into the, quote, classroom, right? And so student-run agencies have been around for a while. Actually, Rachel and a student did some research on that a couple years back, maybe like 2.5 years back now. And, you know, trying to find out, especially in the Big Ten, you know, how do we compete? How do you know, who's doing the best job of this, right? And we found some really, really good examples. The Big Ten has a really, really good legacy in this student-run agency thing. And so I think it differs. But first of all, there's no, you know, there's no grading, right? So it's kind of a pass-fail, satisfactory, unsatisfactory situation. But I think the most important thing is that we try and give students that real-life experience, you know, working with a client, understanding what clients are like, understanding the challenges and opportunities of working with a client. And we have, as Rachel said, really different clients. We have nonprofits. We have both small, medium, kind of large-size nonprofits, like we're working with one that's really large this semester. And then we have, you know, kind of medium-sized university departments on the paying side. But the point is, it gives students that opportunity to experience what it's like if they were to work in like a real agency. We try and emulate that real agency experience for them. So, and I think we've done a pretty good job at that, you know, so far.
So far. Well, you guys are both very esteemed, like we hear nothing but great things about both of you in the journalism school here, but I want to hear a little bit more about you guys and your backgrounds and why you thought that you know, you wanted to lead this and be a part of this agency.
Well, it couldn't have happened without Jeff, because I've been here since 2013, and this is an idea that has evolved over time. So the strategic communication curriculum has changed a lot. We have so many more opportunities thanks to Jeff, Kyla Heading, our other instructors, for more client work within our classes. So already students, they're ready for something like the agency when they get to that point because they've had those client interactions and they know what, you know, that it's different than a normal class and the professional expectations that brings. So strategic communication students have said for a long time they're kind of jealous of the Daily Iowan or DITV. They want an outside the traditional classroom, professional level experience that they can really grow their skills and get ready for that first job. They can put it on their resume, and we know from the students we've had come out already, seeing agency on their resume is something that employers really notice. It does look different than saying I took a class in strategic communication. But the reason that we were able to get this started is because, and I'll let Jeff talk about his experience, because we have an agency owner and expert who could bring that real professional experience and that understanding of how agencies operate to help us really develop something exceptional.
Refresh me on the question again. Sorry.
Tell us a little bit about your background and how that kind of contributed towards your decision to want to lead the Adler Agency.
Well, so it's so I come from an agency in New York. I think most people know that. So, you know, so when I came here, I was really excited about kind of the academic environment. You know, it's very stimulating for me, and I really have enjoyed getting into that. I've been here for, this is my 8th year now. And I didn't feel like there was anything really missing from the curriculum, so I want to make that clear at the outset. But if there was something that I thought we could do a little bit better of, it was that practical approach, right? Of having not just teaching in the classroom, even if we bring clients into the classroom, but having kind of a real agency experience, as Rachel said, very similar to the DI, right? I mean, that's kind of, we're emulating that model to a certain extent, just on the StratCom side. So I was really driven to do that, and I think it's been, I think it's been successful, as Rachel said, on a lot of points, but one of the things that's most important is that we've had a lot of graduates that have been in the agency over the last couple of years who have got really significant positions, like really elevated positions. And I think the proof's in the pudding to a certain extent. You know, so is it working means, is it working for the students? Are the students having a positive experience that's going to advance them and they're going to increase their learning? You know, has it been a really positive experience for them? But also, is it equipping them, you know, kind of to go out into the agency world, whatever that means? And I think that the returns, the early returns say that it has. You know, that I think to Rachel's point, they can put on their resume Adler Agency, that they took a lead, and they can actually show in their digital portfolio commercially viable work that we produced for a client. And it's producing results.
Yeah, and I want to ask, it's kind of just a little curiosity I have. Have either of you heard of the Marketing Institute with Tippy?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that the Adler Agency differs? Because they're doing like marketing as well, and it's like kind of like an agency setting, they work with clients. How do you think it's different from how is Adler Agency different from Tippy's?
Thanks, Jeff.
And what do students get? Oh, I have another one.
No, yeah, real quick Google.
How is it different, and what do students take away from being an Adler that they don't get at the Marketing Institute?
You know, I would say that they're both great. They're both only available to the students in those majors, so you know, they're unique to the curriculum and the program. Marketing, as far as I understand, is really focused on the research side, which is really crucial, of course, and the Marketing Institute students primarily, as far as I understand it, do a ton of research for the clients that they take on. We do that research and discovery process as well for our clients, but we're really focused on the creative side, the storytelling, and the strategy behind communication. And we produce really an extraordinary amount of work for each of our clients. So our goal is for the clients to come out of it not really just with the research to execute the communication on their own or the plan, but the work that they can and that they do post right away to social media, put on their websites, podcasts that they can link to. So we're really getting them started with a huge trove of high quality work that they can use right away within their communications. That really matters for the clients that we work with because they're really small often and not always, but often, especially the nonprofit clients, they don't have that person whose job is social media, so they need all the help they can get. They don't maybe have the video skills to create an anthem video that they can showcase in their fundraising, like some of our clients have had. So I would say, to me, that's a difference. Just the emphasis on the creative and the production side, because our students are so well prepared for that.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly what I was going to say. I think Tippy does a fabulous job, by the way. They're really, really good. But I think a lot of their work is data research focused, especially on the data side. So their marketing, it seems to me, from what I've seen, and I don't know really that well, I have to disclaim myself, but I think a lot of their marketing approach is really data marketing, you know, which is important. It's the foundation, right? But in our case, working with the clients that we're working with, to Rachel's point, I mean, they don't know how to do a social media. They don't know how to shoot a social media post, right? And so we can really elevate them quickly. So in a lot of our clients, I would have to say that sometimes we produce somewhere between maybe 20, 30 pieces of content over the course of the semester. So think about this. If you're a medium-sized nonprofit or a medium-sized business, and an organization that you work with over the course of a semester can actually produce 20 to 30 pieces of content, that's a huge lift, right? So they're going from basically nothing to having pretty sophisticated communication and storytelling tools at their disposal, and it's a big deal.
Yeah, that's incredible. And kind of going off of that, obviously there's different tracks in the journalism school, Stratcom, production, but in your opinion, why is it important that no matter what you want to do in the future, you know, like Hannah and I are really into broadcast, but for students like us, why would you recommend that we still do the Adler Agency or get involved?
That's a great question. I mean, I think in a way the SJMC curriculum is ahead of its time and giving students like a real broad set of skills and tools, because most people aren't going to stay in just one type of job anymore. If you start out in broadcast or you start out in print journalism, first of all, we know that you're still going to need to make like you were talking about in the previous segment, you're still going to need to make a vertical video that you can use to promote your story, right? You're going to need to work cross-platform, and you're also you know, going to need those production skills, and we need those production skills. So students who are focused in broadcast or in video, I think, can really stretch by doing client-based work in the class and applying their skills in a new way. And I think any way that you can do that in your degree, take advantage of those opportunities in the journalism school, is going to position you so much better for a really, you know, a job market that is hard to predict, honestly. So. Knowing that you're going to have a lot of roles in your career, knowing that maybe even some of that we often hear from students, some of the skills that they didn't necessarily think they were going to use, they maybe at the time were like, why am I learning this? You do use it. I mean, because we're in that multimodal media environment, and we, you know, client work is something that you could apply in all sorts of settings.
Yeah, I think it's about storytelling, right? So if you're in Stratcom, multimedia production and design, or reporting and writing, the equalizing concept is storytelling, right? And we need all three of those. So for many years, my agency, we actually hired a lot of journalism students, not to actually do creative work, but because their discovery skills were so good, because they're trained to ask questions, and not just the question, the 2, 3, 4 follow-up questions. So when we're sitting in front of a client, we've got a real challenge with this client, and we have to create a solution for them that's going to work, otherwise we're going to get fired, right? We love to put journalism students in front of those clients because they just keep asking questions, right? So that's reporting and writing, right? Multimedia production and design, I mean, our output in the Adler Agency is almost all based on multimedia production and design, right? And then the Stratcom people are really good at kind of the strategy and things like that. Do you see how they're all interwoven? So it's, I get that question frequently, almost like from a competitive standpoint, right? About multimedia production, design, reporting and writing in Stratcom. We have to look at it as it's just one, it's like one bowl, right? That has 3 parts to it, you know, and they're all equally important.
And as a student, when I was first choosing colleges, I didn't really know, like, I've heard like, oh, Mizzou's a great journalism school, Loyola's a great journalism school, and then I went to these schools and I toured them, and Iowa as well, and what stuck out to me about Iowa is the fact that you can take what you want from it, and it's ever changing to compete with the industry that's always changing. And like at DITV here, we've really started pushing more on social media because that's where it's going. And same with classes, there's more social media based ones. Versus I noticed some of the legacy journalism schools that everyone pushed to me don't do that. And you also are just like stuck into the one specific, it's almost like a major, like you're a writing major. You're stuck in that, you only take those classes and you're only around those people. Versus Iowa, you get to really experience all forms of media, journalism, and writing here.
Well, I'm a Mizzou grad, and I would agree. No, I totally agree with you, and that's one of the things that drew me to work here. Honestly, was because you know the journalism school did have that that opportunity for students to explore, because we all think, a lot of us come into college thinking we know exactly what we want and what we want to do, but the reality is, you know, you've got to, most of us change our minds, right? So having the opportunity to change and having a broad skill set where you can be like, we have a lot of students who like, I started out doing reporting and writing, I worked at the DI, now I'm gonna come work at the Adler Agency. And to me, it's wonderful that you can do all of that within our major. And I would say we should plug the website. One of our Adler Agency students made, and Jeff worked with her as well to make an amazing website, adleragency.org, and you can go and see the work that the students are producing there and some of the testimonials that we have from our clients to really see the impact that they've had, and to encourage students, you know, to see what you can do and maybe encourage them to want to join us, because we're hiring for next fall.
And just one riff on that for just a second is that I think really a lot of this, a lot of these new opportunities, and these not new necessarily, but a lot of these opportunities are really the result of our school's leadership.
Yeah.
Right. So it's really a lot of this is about Melissa Tolan.
Yeah.
Right. Kicking the door open and saying, let's expand this. Let's make it more inclusive from the standpoint of these skills. So that's really where we are.
Yeah.
Right. It's because of that.
Yeah. And maybe we can possibly get the website pulled up on the screen really quick. AdlerAgency.com. .org. Sorry.
Okay.
AdlerAgency.org. Maybe we'll see. Maybe it'll pop up.
While
on the
they're
screen.
working on that, tell us a little bit back to the Adler. Tell us a little bit about your clients. Like, how do you pick those specific businesses or people to work with?
I'd say that's a developing process. Of course, initially, people really had to trust us that it was going to be a good experience, because we didn't have a lot of work to show to prove like what clients could get out of it. So Jeff and I drew a lot on our personal network. So I've done a lot of work with different nonprofits in the area, and really am passionate about using our students' learning to help support the organizations that are just doing crucial work to keep our community going. And then Jeff also had a lot of contacts that we used initially, but we've added this semester to the Agency of Business Development team that is going to, you know, be very soon going out and pitching clients to really bring students into that process of selling the agency to the clients that we're going to work with in the future.
Yeah, and I think that's the exciting thing. So, I mean, I would encourage people to look at AdlerAgency.org.
Okay.
Because I think we've done a really nice job on that identity piece. But I think the clients, now we have 3 clients. So it's the first time that we've had 3 clients in one semester. And I think, and the reason we're able to do that, because I think we're more efficient, and I think our leadership team is really well developed. And so now we're able to actually manage 3 clients pretty well, I think, for the first time. And so I think that there's tons of opportunities for clients on the nonprofit or the for-profit side. But going back to Rachel's point, I mean, she's been in this game a long time from the nonprofit in this Johnson County area, and that's been a key to our success. We've had a lot of open doors.
Yeah. And kind of segueing into our next little segment, Rachel, can you tell us a little bit about the work with the food pantry that you've done?
Yeah, so I love talking about the work with the Coralville Community Food Pantry, because it came out of like a class that I taught early in my time here. I had a student who was in a media and health class. She ended up going to work at the food pantry. We ended up collaborating with them in a class, in the community media class actually, that Ty was talking about. And from there, what I really like is building a relationship with one of these organizations that goes way beyond just the semester. Like, what can we keep doing with them and for them? Because I love their mission, and I love the leadership and the way that they operate. So the food pantry's been involved in all sorts of things that the journalism school has done. They were our first client in the agency, because I knew that John Bowler, the director there, would trust us, even though, again, we didn't have a website or anything yet. And we were able to produce some great volunteer videos for them to help them recruit new volunteers and showcase the work that their volunteers did. And then through an internship program I run, the Coralville Media Collaborative, we also host an intern pretty much each semester who works part-time at the food pantry. They don't have, they do a great job with their social media, but that's not anyone's job. Like a lot of small nonprofits, it's something you add on to 100 other things you have to do that day. So being able to have wonderful students like Ava, who's working there this semester and worked there last semester, like the agency really contributing to the food pantry's work, allows them to focus on the things that are really essential, like the services that they provide.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for coming in, Professor Rachel Young and Professor Jeff Grismore. We're going to show that video clip really quick from the food pantry, but we want to plug right here on your screen. You can scan this QR code and you can donate to the journalism school and help us contribute to this amazing work right on your screen right there. I know you're watching on one, but you have your other one pulled up. So scan that QR code and help us keep making media that matters. And let's get to this clip. Let's just roll the clip.
Hello everybody, welcome back to One Day for Iowa. I'm Cole Krieger and I'll be keeping track of our donations here using this thermometer. Remember, our goal is $10,000 raised for the journalism program today. We're currently at 2,285. Continue to donate, use the hashtag One Day for Iowa, continue to use the QR code that continues to pop up on your screen here and there. All the money goes to us as the journalism program and us journalism students. Me personally, I've gotten to travel to 4 different states to cover sports for our DITV program. We currently have Colin Carithers, Chris Meglio, and Sam DeVilly, 3 DI members currently in Houston, Texas, covering the Sweet 16 for the men's basketball team. Our director, Kayla Smith, got to go to Washington, D.C. to cover some protests there. We get to travel all around the world, and it's all thanks to you guys and your generous donations.
Hello, welcome back. We're here. Awesome. So now we have Dr. Kyla Heading and Sam Peterson. Sam is the president at PRSSA, and then Dr. Heading, you are the faculty sponsor?
Faculty advisor.
Faculty advisor.
Same.
So can you just talk a little bit about what PRSSA does here at the University of Iowa?
Yeah, do you want to take that or?
Yeah, so I would say we serve mainly as a networking organization for students looking to go into public relations and corporate communications. We don't have a public relations major here at Iowa, but through the StratComm track with the journalism major, there's a ton of different opportunities to kind of get involved in that aspect of the journalism industry. And so this organization just kind of serves as an extra networking opportunity to get your name out there, get your portfolio out there for students that are looking to get into that field of work.
Awesome. And Dr. Heading, I know that PRSSA went away for a little bit, but why did you want to bring it back to Iowa?
Well, I think it's really important, particularly, you know, a lot of students that want to work in PR, work in StratComm, often want to, you know, be in places like Chicago or New York or, you know, some, you know, bigger cities. So, you know, obviously we are far away from some of the big cities. So I think one thing that we do at PRSSA is offer those opportunities for students to make those contacts in whatever city that they, you know, think that they want to move to. But I have to say this was a wholly student-driven enterprise. Obviously, I think PRSSA is important, but we had a group of students last year that came in and you know, had decided that they wanted to bring it back, and so they've really been the driving force behind this.
And before we continue, we're going to get a microphone to Sam really quick. Keep it on us so it looks like movie magic.
There you go. Then it'll just appear on Sam.
Yeah.
Sam, while you're hooking up there, why did you want to be a part of this org?
I really wanted to be a part of this organization, mostly because it actually was just, the timing was like perfect. I had just changed my major to journalism, and when the first semester of the chapter coming back was my first semester as a journalism major. So I really just jumped on the opportunity to kind of dive into the PR industry a little bit more, because I didn't really know all of what it fully entailed. I was still like a baby freshman. I was scared, didn't know what I was wanting to do, so I was just, you know, looking for something to fill my Wednesday nights, and I kind of just fell in love with it, and I met a lot of great people, and I've had a lot of great opportunities so far.
Yeah, do you want to talk about some of those opportunities and where you've gotten to travel to and who you've kind of gotten to meet?
Yeah, so after my first semester being involved with PRSSA, I became the professional development director, and through that I've gotten to travel to Chicago multiple times, meeting with different agencies and collaborating with the DePaul PRSSA chapter, and they are a very large chapter, so it's very helpful to kind of be involved with them. They have a lot of different connections being close in the city, so it's great to kind of get on their radar, and they have a lot of cool events that they invite us to. And then through being president, I've been able to travel to Washington, D.C. I went there last semester for the ICON, which is the national convention, and I got to ask a question to Lauren Graham, which was really cool. And they had lots of like really cool keynote speakers and a lot of people that are very high up in communication roles, but in like a vast array of different industries. There was a lot of people in healthcare. There was a lot of people from like the military and the government, which was really cool. So kind of just showing all of the different areas that you can kind of get into. And it was really cool to see that in Washington, D.C., because it's kind of just like a hub of everything, going on. So it was really cool to meet a bunch of different people there. And then actually in 2 weeks, I'm going to New Orleans for a leadership assembly. So I'm going to collaborate with different chapter presidents from around not only the country, but the world. This actually is like a worldwide organization. So it's really cool.
That's great. Well, I'm so glad you got to go to DC. I'm from DC, so great city, great opportunities. And speaking of DC, Dr. Heading, I know that you used to work there, correct? Yeah. Okay, so give us a little bit of like an overview. We'd love to hear more about your background and how that kind of translated or inspired you to, I guess, support or sponsor this organization.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so I started working in DC right after I graduated from college. And then I also worked in Denver in PR before I went back and got my PhD. Anyone that's been in my class has heard this before. So I worked in PR for about 10 years before I started teaching. And one thing that I was actually very active in the PRSA. So PRSA is the professional organization for PR, and it is very active in a lot of cities. It was very active in Denver when I was there. And so I volunteered for the PRSA organization there. So that was actually one of the things that sort of spurred me to want to get involved in PRSSA when I started teaching here, because I think it's a really good way to not only network with other students, so other PR students around the country, but also to it's a feeder system into some of those networking opportunities that you'll want, particularly as a young professional in PR.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Sam, what does this student org do for students wanting to pursue a career in public relations? If you could sum it up in like a sentence, like what is the main takeaway?
Meeting people and creating connections. It's really just, it's a very vast industry, and there's so many different areas that you can go into. So once you kind of find your niche and maybe find an industry or two that you really enjoy, we will pretty much help you, meet those people, get your foot in the door. We have a great alumni network, so there's a lot of different amazing people to meet.
Awesome. And then follow-up question. Since your time coming here to Iowa, I know you said you changed majors, but from your freshman year till now, how has the public relations, the strategic communications track changed here since you've been here?
I've definitely seen it change in terms of different classes being offered. There's a lot of more specialized classes, which is really, really cool to see. I'm signed up to take the political public relations class with you next semester. So there's a lot of cool, like politics isn't something I'm very well versed in, but being able to really dive into PR on the politics side is something really cool that I'd love the opportunity to grow more in. Right now I'm taking more of like a media and crime class that also has a lot of stratcom and social media focus on it. So that's really cool, learning about how the public perception of crime is shaped through press releases and social media. There's also like a crisis communications class now. So there's a ton of different specialized classes within the track that I think has definitely changed since my first year, and it's offered like students a ton of opportunities.
Absolutely, and this is kind of one of my favorite days because we get to see all these different tracks come together, and everyone has to work together in some aspect. And so I know I asked this to our last guest, but if you guys could give like an elevator pitch as to why you should join the organization, whether you're on the production side, the stratcom side, the writing side, like why should how could everybody benefit from the org?
I would say from a student perspective, me also being a student, like I said before, like meeting those connections, meeting those people, taking the extra step to, it's taking more time out of your week, but it's going to move you so far ahead. Because I've also learned things like, interview skills and, different ways to pitch myself. So I'm happy to share that I've accepted an internship for the summer, and that's 100% due to like the skills that I've developed from PRSSA. So yeah, I'd say connections and meeting people for sure.
Yeah, I'll add on to that actually, because this is a pitch that I make in a lot of my classes now. I hear from students all the time how hard the job search is even getting internships, or those of you that are graduating trying to get jobs. And I think part of that is just that, there's a lot less friction in terms of applying for jobs right now. So like a lot of employers, even I talk to employers, working in industry as well, and they're just, they're getting inundated with more and more, resumes and things. So I really do think that networking is going to be very important for y'all in the coming years in terms of getting those internships, getting those first jobs. Especially, trying to get those internships. It's really hard to even get a job now if you haven't had an internship in college. So, anytime you can make those connections, then I think it's going to be very helpful for the students.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming on and sharing a little bit more. This is a great opportunity, but it would not be possible without the funding that the university and you donors give us. So be sure to scan this QR code right here or behind me to donate. Yes, so to donate so that Sam and other students can have these incredible opportunities here at school. But for now, let's take a short break.
Hello everyone, this is 2024 University of Iowa graduate Michael Merrick saying hello from the Royal Rumble here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And I would not be here with the WWE as a road production assistant without my time at the School of Journalism and Mass Communications. Right now, I get to do a lot of great things, working backstage with a lot of WWE's greatest legends, like Randy Orton. I worked with John Cena before his final show, and of course, I even got to talk to Stone Cold Steve Austin. This job is incredible, and like I said, without the School of Journalism and Mass Communications, I wouldn't be able to be here. You meet so many great professors, great students, and a lot of people that strive for the same goal of getting better, and especially within the field of journalism and production. And that is how I was able to end up here. So it's very important that we support the School of Journalism and Mass Communication so we can continue to have more Hawkeyes all across the globe like I am right now. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Johnny Valtman, a news producer here at WHAS 11 in Louisville, Kentucky. Graduate May of 2025, and if there's any advice I tell to anyone in SJMC is to try everything. A lot of the experiences I got in college got me this job. So if there's anything, go ahead and try it. You never know where you're gonna end up.
Hi, my name is Sydney Zatz, and I graduated in the spring of 2019. After college, I worked in Rochester, Minnesota as a reporter and senior producer for several years. I now work at Valley News Lab in Fargo as a reporter and 9 p.m. anchor. I can't thank Iowa enough for all the support throughout the years. I have some of my fondest memories in the journalism classes. I've learned so much from Charles Monroe, Angie and Tim Looney, and all of the other professors I had the honor of working with. And thanks to my experience at Iowa, I've earned 4 Upper Midwest Regional Emmy nominations since I graduated. Again, I can't thank Iowa enough for all the support, and I truly wouldn't be where I am without their education and their classes.
Hi, I'm Alec Giannakopoulos. I was a part of the class of 2018 at the University of Iowa, and now I'm a sports reporter and anchor here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I have to say, being in the industry now for 6 years, I learned so much at Iowa that I have been able to apply in my professional career. And you don't know what you're gonna actually need until you're out here in the real world. But Iowa gave me the tools that I needed to succeed. I was able to anchor at Iowa, to report at Iowa. I worked in the radio. I worked as a beat writer. I did it all because the university gave me a chance to do everything that is journalism. And I think it's such a valuable place, not just to get your feet wet, but see everything that journalism has to offer at a great university. So if you are looking to support an incredible institution that helps the next generation of journalists find their step, I can't think of a better place than at Iowa, although I am a little bit biased. Go Hawks.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Caligiuri, and I graduated in 2019.
And I'm Anthony Caligiuri. I also graduated in 2019.
We live in West Des Moines, and I'm currently the marketing manager at a nonprofit located in Cedar Rapids.
And I'm the director of video services at a public relations firm in West Des Moines.
I am so thankful for everything that I learned at the J School. From the professors that I met and the classes I took, I use those skills every day.
You really can't beat the real world experience you get at the J School, from the classes to the extracurriculars like the Daily Iowan.
You should support us not only because you're supporting the students, but because you're supporting the future workforce.
And that workforce is staying right here in Iowa. Go Hawks!
Well, my name is Chelsea Brown, and I'm a 2015 graduate of the University of Iowa, and I'm currently the sports director here at KCRG TV9 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. My experience throughout the journalism school, though, kind of helped me figure out what I wanted to do within journalism. I knew I wanted to write. I knew I wanted to tell stories going into school. Now I can do that through a visual medium. What I enjoy most, too, about working in sports is getting to interact with athletes and tell their stories, show a different side of these athletes, but also kind of inspire and then highlight those successes. You know, it's awesome when you can get a game-winning shot and then you get to use that to tell your story. So that's kind of how the journalism school helped me, and then why it's important to support the journalism school is because of organizations and things like the Daily Iowan. I was able to get that hands-on experience. I was able to work with the camera, figure out that I wanted to be in front of the camera, but then also operate the camera, and that is what I do now on a daily basis.
Welcome back to the One Day for Iowa live stream. I'm Hannah Fideli.
And I'm Grace Lathrop.
And now our next guest, we have a returning guest, Professor Ty Rushing, and we have student Kebede Mutamba. They're here to talk about NABJ. Kebede is the president, and Professor Rushing is the faculty advisor. So can you both, whoever wants to go first, tell us just a little bit about NABJ and yes, give us like your elevator pitch about what your student org is.
Go for it, Madam President.
All right. Well, it's kind of like other like professional journalism societies in that like it is a group of students with similar interests. So in this case, it is four black journalists, kind of like those. That's kind of who we're targeting. But everyone's open, especially at our chapter, to join. That's why we're called the Unity chapter. But for us, we kind of take it a step further. Rather than just providing professional development, we also create content. And our thing is kind of we try to focus on Black voices because we think that's a perspective that you just don't get. You don't have the ability to get enough of, and you just don't get enough of at like established institutions here in our area. So we really just focus our coverage on that. It's a chance for literally people of all identities to kind of just help uplift Black voices and learn how to be journalists and grow as journalists. I started out writing in a newsletter, and we've kind of just grown from there. We have a newsletter now. We're adding photography to it, so there's an option for that. There's option to do graphic design. There's options to do page design. There's options now. We have social media chairs. We now have a talk show, so you can be on air, you can interview people on air, you can produce, you can be in the tech booth. We're just trying to expand the options for people, not only Black people who are interested in working in media, but for anyone who's interested in uplifting underrepresented voices, Black voices, to kind of get a chance to do it through our organization.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the biggest thing for NABJ is telling culturally relevant stories. And so again, this is open to anyone. Like whenever I make the pitch at the beginning of semesters, I'm like, hey, yes, Black is in the name, but this entity is open to everyone. And it's even in our charter to mention that, National Association of Hispanic Journalists, Asian American Journalists Association, like every other group is welcome to be part of this. So like, you just have to be willing to tell culturally relevant stories, like, be willing to go talk to Black people. I mean, and for some people that is daunting, but like, hey, this is a chance to kind of get yourself over that hill to like reaching out and connecting with communities that are different from your own.
Yeah. And Kebede, you might be able to answer this question, or actually different perspectives, but for both of you, what kind of opportunities has this organization opened for you? I mean, Kebede is one of our top reporters at DITV. She's already very busy. She does a great job here.
And Emmy nominee in her first year.
Yes, like she's thriving. She's a great addition to our team, but I also know that this is a very important organization to you, and the Pulse works so hard. But for both of you, what kind of opportunities has it led to?
You want to go first? You want me to go
I
first?
think Student Production Award. Yes, Upper Midwest Emmy. I just have to mention that because they're like really strict with that apparently. So, but yeah, I'm really DITV has given me so much growth, and what NABJ allowed me to become a leader. I think NABJ gave me the space to say what I wanted to say, because I think obviously we're not biased. We're not going to start like lying or have an agenda, but we're uplifting Black voices. So we're talking about issues that sometimes when you bring it up in the traditional newsroom, people are going to say, well, you can't talk about that because you feel too much about it. But at the end of the day, the reason we care so much about it is because a lot of times, sometimes the stories we see people around us dealing with it. So NABJ kind of taught me how to write those harder stories, those stories that do have maybe a little bit more political leaning, but tell them in a way that's responsible, tell them in a way that's balanced, tell them in a way that's factual. And it gave me that confidence to then walk into DITV and say, hey, I want to do this story and know how to pitch and know how to do it in a way, again, like Ty was saying, that's culturally relevant. So I have that knowledge, I leverage that knowledge, and I'm passionate about leveraging that knowledge, but I have the skills I built in NABJ, and then NABJ also just allowed me to kind of do whatever I want. Because DITV, you know, you have like, there's set ways we do things. NABJ was talking to Angie and Charles. They're like, oh, do you guys want to do a program? She's like, maybe a talk show. I'm like, yes, let's do a talk show. Yeah. And yes, let's put it on social media. And yes, let's do this. And let's add photos to the news. Like, it just allowed me to kind of build and grow and create and figure out what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it, and then apply that to everywhere else.
So this is my first year as faculty advisor. Last year I was kind of like a junior advisor because Dr. Berry was still handling the role full time. And so, honestly, it was like a rebranding. We have a new logo, we launched a Pulse, like we're trying different things, we're being experimental. Like, we got new leadership, so we're trying different things out. And, we're seeing some success. We just had our first full color issue of Nuru. And one thing, like, Kabedi mentioned this, that we're gonna try to have more photos in there. And so if you look at this issue, which you can find in the Student Center or swing by my office here in Adler, I'll provide you one. It's gorgeous. We have this wonderful photography on front. We have color photos on the inside. And so, like, typically, if you look at past issues of Nuru, it's just, all about just the storytelling. And yeah, we're still gonna focus on storytelling. We still want that to be an important aspect, but like, implementing photography in there. And then we have the Pulse, so we have another outlet. And so just expanding and growing the chapter and trying to reach more people across the campus.
Awesome, and that kind of brings us into our next question. So the newest edition, like you said, of Nuru was fully published in color. What is something which is something you've wanted to do since you started this, but what do you think that this does for the university, and are you gonna keep trying to publish it in color? And is also, second question, is there a digital version?
Yes, there is a digital version. You can find it on the SJMC landing page. We have our own NABJ landing page. I can't remember the exact URL right now, but you can also follow us on Instagram and check our link tree and find that link there. But yeah, we're going to pursue that, in the future as well. So that means we're going to have more photography. We're going to have more people going out to shoot things, like, because typically when we have our meetings, we talk about stories and how you're going to write the story and who you reach out to and sourcing and things like that. But we also want to put an emphasis on, like, okay, what are your visuals going to look like? So, like, getting our students to think about that going forward, in addition to just telling their story, like, okay, let's figure out how the best way to present your story in addition to telling it and writing it and reporting it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I've seen firsthand the Pulse film in here a little bit, but I want to hear a little bit more about that. What give me like an overview of the show, but also what's one of your favorite guests that you've had on? Because you guys have guest speakers, right? Yeah. So some of your favorites or favorite memories of filming the Pulse.
I'm gonna let Kabedi take lead on this because this was kind of her baby. Charles and Angie just were like really like, hey, you guys NABJ used to have a talk show, used to do more video production, and anything you guys need to get this going again, we got your back. And again, I'm in my first semester as advisor. I'm like, oh, cool, another thing on my plate. But then Kabedi's like, yo, I can take this, I can lead this, and she has done that and done a wonderful job with it. And we've just had just so many great guests. And like our first episode, which was initially supposed to be a test with Dr. Berry, our former advisor, we were like, hey, this is good enough that we could run with this as the initial episode. And, we just, tell us a little bit more about some of the other guests.
Yeah, I think, what the talk show is basically, the point of it is to get people, to connect people to people in their community. So we find maybe an event that just happened or someone just released a book or like just people who are currently doing things, who are making news, who are newsmakers, right? And bringing them in and just letting people know who they are and connecting people to their work and just them in general. We're hoping that when people watch, they see like, oh, I was thinking about this and I can contact this person for this, or I'm interested in going to this event or reading this book or learning about this. It's basically just an opportunity to learn about individual people rather than just individual issues like you would in our newsletter. And I think for me, I can't say I have a favorite per se, because they're all just, everyone in our chapter just brings in these really interesting people with all these different perspectives that makes you so excited about their work. Like, it's stuff, not saying I wouldn't care about, but it's stuff I wouldn't think about normally. And then they talk about it and I'm like, okay, I totally want to look into this. So it's kind of been really great with everybody. But I would say it's the first episode, the one that I have in my heart, the one I think that is nominated for IBNA. Yes. Right? Yeah. the one with Dr. Berry. That one was just my favorite one because Dr. Berry is my mentor. She's the one who got me into the chapter, and she's the one who's kind of been like, she's like the person who lit the spark for me to really thrive and has advocated for me here in the J School. So that episode is really close to me because just the book she wrote was about the black superwoman, Power and Pain, and it was something that I also related to a lot. Like that book made me cry. And we were almost like on the verge of tears doing that interview. So that one, it just like, it was really special because it was me interviewing my mentor about work that I feel is very powerful that all of you should go read. And then also the fact that we're planning to close our final episode of the Year of the Pulse with a goodbye to me. I didn't want that. I said, y'all, we need to do something cool, find somebody. They said, we need to close it with you because we started with Dr. Bear, we need to end with you. So I said, okay. Yeah.
We took a vote on it and everything, and it was unanimous.
Yeah, but like, just the first episode, just having that nice like beginning and end is really sweet. And I don't want to get emotional, but no, it's just I can see something really great coming out of this, especially as we see things grow and the Pulse coming in. And I really just hope that people in the community kind of like, you know, take a bite, you know, want to dig in, and not just people in the Black community, but across all communities. 'Cause I think we can all learn something from the issues that we cover, the people that we talk to.
Yeah, absolutely. Kaveti, you're so well spoken,
Yeah.
and both of you, thank you so much for being on here. And that book that you were talking about is actually available. What?
Can you say the title?
Title?
The Black Superwoman, Power and Pain.
Yes, it is available in the Student Center for everybody to check out. So everybody go read it. Kaveti gives the best recommendation, so it's got to be good. And speaking of the Pulse, we are going to run an episode. We're so excited to see it, and thank you guys so much for being on. So let's toss it to the Pulse.
Good morning from Iowa City. My name is James McCurtis, and I am your host for today's episode of The Pulse. The Pulse is a bi-weekly talk show run by the University of Iowa's Unity chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists. We're here to help you share your stories, have critical conversations, and of course, keep your community alive. Get ready, you Iowa. It's time to check the pulse. To close out Black History Month, the University of Iowa's Black in Business Student Organization hosted its 9th annual Black in Business Networking Dinner. The dinner featured 3 dynamic keynote speakers, one of which is here with us today. Anthony Betters Jr. works in insurance, but beyond that, he's dedicated to his community. He's currently serving as the board president of the African American Museum of Iowa, taking on leadership roles in the Nu Chi Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and growing a community for Black men in the Cedar Rapids area through his initiative, Goodfellas. Anthony is in the studio today to talk about the Black in Business Dinner and his experience being a community leader in Eastern Iowa. So thank you for joining us today, Anthony.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. You're funny. Yeah, so how have you been?
Been well, man. Kids, life. I got 4 kiddos now. I don't know if I got a 9-month-old, so that's something we can talk about. That and work and just doing my community initiatives.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I mean, you know, I just mentioned this Black in Business Dinner. So how did it feel to be the keynote speaker?
It was definitely an honor. More so because, I mean, I'm 34 years old and I feel as though I haven't done enough in life yet. But with the other keynote speakers, Ladrina and Precious Williams, who I think she came from New York, I feel as though they were very accomplished speakers. So it was definitely an honor to be on stage with them, but also, you know, like with the political climate and how the Black in Business almost didn't really flesh through last year, and how they ended up coming together as a whole and bringing in those funds to make sure that the dinner still went on. I was super blessed to be a part of that, knowing that they had to go through a lot of resilience to even keep that dinner going. So it was definitely an awesome dinner, and was a pleasure to be there and to see many faces that look like myself.
Absolutely. And I'm curious, so what was it that you were talking about at the dinner?
Yeah, so I was talking about myself, just my journey from Waco, Texas to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, but also wanted to let the students and the staff know about the faith and resilience and how that's very important to move on throughout life. It doesn't matter what you may face, you have to have that faith, but you also have to have that resilience to break through whatever that you're going through in life. So that's what I really wanted to try to hone in on and let people know about.
Yeah, and how did you get to that message?
Yeah, so it was a lot of thought, man. Like, honestly, just because like I was like, oh, they chose me to be a keynote speaker. I had a lot of different things that I really wanted to talk about, but like when I think about my journey as a whole, and when I took a step back to really look at it, I thought that faith and resilience was something that more so made me propel myself to move from Waco, Texas to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I know we might get in a little bit deeper just into kind of just my path, but there was a lot of roadblocks within my path, and I had to have a lot of resilience to be able to break through those roadblocks and just to be able to have that faith and also that peace within myself.
Can you tell me a bit more about what it was like coming from Waco, Texas, which is not Cedar Rapids, Iowa at all, and kind of delving more into those roadblocks?
Yes, so Waco, Texas. There's a lot of diversity in Waco, Texas, that I'd say, not just from the black side, but the Hispanic side. You got immigrant culture as well. And then moving to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, before I moved out here, I Googled like the percentage of African Americans here, and I think it was like 6% at the time frame, right? So I'm like, where the heck am I moving to? But the reason I moved from Waco, Texas to Cedar Rapids was to help start a senior in-home care service at the time. And it was called Visiting Angels, and I was doing that for 4 years here in the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area. So what Visiting Angels is that we hired caregivers to go inside of the elderly homes or mentally disabled homes to help them out with their ADLs, which is called Activities of Daily Living. So I hired the caregivers to go help out those individuals that needed that help. It was definitely tough, I'd say, just moving here from Waco, not knowing anybody here. Right, starting a business from ground zero with 0 employees besides just myself, going out having to market, do networking and marketing to individuals that I've never met before, and also just being that only black face in the room at the majority of the places that I went. Right, so I think that was really the toughest part. But once I overcame that and was blessed enough to meet people that look like myself and that introduced me to other people that look like myself, they let me know of the same sentiments, right? Like, even though they might have been born and raised here, but they know, like, hey, you might be that only brother in the room, you know, but you have to really hone into that just because that's Iowa.
You have mentioned how you want to be this black entrepreneur and how being that entrepreneur in Cedar Rapids can come with its own flavor of struggles. Can you walk me through what it's like to often be that only black man in the room?
Yeah, so I would even say just here in Cedar Rapids, even growing up, I played baseball. And I was always the only brother on the team. Like, baseball was my favorite sport, so I was always the only black kid on the team. And so I've had a lot of diversity in different rooms growing up. And the reason that I knew it would be a benefit for me, and my family knew that it'd be a benefit for me to move out here to Cedar Rapids, was because I'm an extrovert, James, and so like being able to speak to anybody, and also being having to code switch sometimes as well to where people can understand me and I can be able to understand them. That was definitely that balance that I had to be able to understand here in the, I guess, the Midwest as a whole, but more so Iowa, because you go to Chicago, it's a totally different story than once you step foot here in Iowa from the diversity standpoint. So that was kind of like the dilemma, and also the education that I had to learn by being here in Iowa.
Got it. And so, sticking with this kind of theme of being black in business, I'm curious, what's some advice you may have for that future black entrepreneur or business professional who really wants to take that step in the direction that you're going into?
Yes, great question. And so I'll go back to faith and resilience, right? First off, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Once you have that vision in your mind, you have to have faith that you're actually going to be able to get to that step, because there's going to be roadblocks in between. But even if you pivot and go somewhere totally different, right or left, right, you still have to have faith that you want to get to that particular goal that you have in mind.
And how did you develop such a strong core sense of faith?
Yes, so my dad's a pastor. So he's an associate pastor back in Texas. But my mom and my dad and my grandma, like my whole family, like they've been through a lot growing up, right? And so I actually had a sit down conversation like with my family because my fiance, she's Mexican, and of course, like in the political climate right now, right, is kind of tough to be a person of color or even specifically to be Hispanic or to be an immigrant, right? And so her family came from Mexico, and they didn't have an education before they moved up here, right? And so my fiance, she was the first one to actually get to go to college. And so to create that stamp, right? And then now have we have a junior and a sophomore in high school, and now they are able to, and they want to go to a four-year university, right? And so be able to create that legacy and that mindset within your family, like, hey, even though we didn't have it, but hey, we want to push you to keep propelling our generation forward. That's something that I want to be able to do and be able to tell my kids as they grow up.
Right. And what was it that made you want to come to Cedar Rapids, of all places, and then get integrated in this community? Because
so, bro, I only had two options for visiting angels. I had Anchorage, Alaska, or Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Anchorage, Alaska was not on the docket. I couldn't be out there with those moose running around and I think the sun doesn't come out for a certain amount of time frame, you know, and so I was like, I know for a fact there's probably not a lot of brothers out there, but there might be more in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and so I chose Cedar Rapids, Iowa, but also since I went to Baylor University back in Waco, Texas, I knew that they play Iowa State, so I can go to Ames and see some of those games as well to have that normalcy. But my dad, I'd say that he is a big community guy. He could definitely be the mayor of Waco, Texas. He's 6'5". We go to the grocery store. My mom hates it because we'll be in there for 2 hours because he knows everybody. And now that's me. I never thought that would be me because I'm like, dang, like you talk so much. But now places that I go and people that I see, my kids, they look at me like, man, you know everybody.
I'm curious, how did you stumble into the role of the board president for the African American Museum in Iowa?
Yes, so I have been a part of the board for 8 years. African American Museum was my first board that I have ever was a part of. You've heard this already. I mean, with it being my first board and being African American, I feel as though that was just the best board to be a part of. So I was vice president for the last 2 years, and now that president has left, and so now I am, of course, well, I guess I wanted to become the president. It was always a goal of mine, but actually now we're looking for a new executive director for the museum, and so this is helping me out like with my leadership skills because I get to be over the search committee and get to spearhead who we're gonna have take over and be the executive director for the African American Museum. And so we have a great team at the African American Museum, and if you haven't been there before in Cedar Rapids, make sure you come. But we also do have a great board presence as well. We do have some board members in Iowa City, in Des Moines, and I think Dubuque, and in Cedar Rapids as well. And so yeah, just kind of gradually took those steps forward, and now I'm board president. This is my last year that I can even be on the board.
No.
So yeah, but then I think the way the bylaws have changed is that I can take a year off and then I can be able to come back on as a board member.
And so you mentioned being on the board. Can you talk about what about the board fulfills you and really seeing those changes come every day?
Yeah, so I'd say Cedar Rapids and seeing the African American Museum was very welcoming for me, right? Because I already told you that moving from Texas to Cedar Rapids, like I knew it wasn't a lot of diversity, right? But knowing that there was a place that was dedicated for the African American history of Iowa, I don't know, it just drew me in. And I was super blessed to meet a guy named Scott Olson that ended up we ended up meeting at a networking event. He ended up saying, hey, like we need some young blood on the board and would love to have you there. And so I ended up sending my resume. And then next thing you know, I'm on my first board. But it's pretty awesome because we, of course, preserve the history, but also we do different educational things, such as we have different traveling exhibits that can go around the state of Iowa, because we're not just in Cedar Rapids, we're statewide. And we're the only African American museum in Iowa. And so that is something to be very proud of as well. And we just got done raising $5 million to renovate the museum in Cedar Rapids. And so we had to make a few changes. And so it's just a lot that I've been able to be a part of. And it's definitely an honor to be able to look at the museum and say, hey, I got to be able to help out with that, you know? And now I get to help out bringing in the new executive director. And so it's a lot of milestones within being on the board that I'm super excited to have been a part of.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Of course.
I got to make sure I go out there sometime soon so I can check it out before I leave Iowa, because I didn't even know that this existed until just now.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Now you know.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much, Anthony, for being here today. And thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you next time here on The Pulse.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Day for Iowa Telethon. Now we have some very special guests because Charles Monroe and Kayla Smith, Charles is our faculty leader for DITV and Kayla is our news director, and they're on with us to talk a little bit about the 20th anniversary of DITV. So to start, why don't you guys both introduce yourselves and Charles, your role here at the university, and Kayla, tell us a little bit about your role as news director.
Well, I'm Charles Monroe, as Grace said. I'm on the faculty at the School of Journalism. I'm also the coach, we call it the coach, the TV coach for the Daily Iowan, the newspaper, and this is the television part of it, which we call DITV, Daily Iowan TV.
Yep. And I'm Kayla Smith. I'm a senior here at the School of Journalism and Mass Communications, and I'm the news director, so basically that means that I'm in charge of all of our news content for the Daily Iowan TV. I'm also leading fun pitch meetings, scheduling, working with all of our teams from arts and cultures to sports, kind of doing a lot of it, doing it all.
Yeah. And I would be, I feel like I have to disclaim that Grace and I both work for DITV.
Yes.
So we have a full little team here. We're going to be chatting it up. So Charles, can you just start by telling us about how you started the broadcast side of the Daily Iowan here?
Okay, it started with a little desk right here against that wall, which was blank and painted gray. And from that desk, the first people who were interested in doing DITV 20 years ago sat and delivered the first newscast. It was a small staff and it was very primitive. It's still a small studio, but it is amazing how the students who run it and who edit it and who do everything associated with putting it on have moved this to a really high quality, professional looking, weekly, daily, well, 3 times a week newscast for DITV. I am personally proud. I think these guys are terrific. I think everybody who comes to the journalism school who is interested in broadcast now has an opportunity not only to take the classes, but actually to work practically, work out problems. We do live newscasts here, and that means everything's out there, warts and all, and overcoming problems, which all of you have. I can see that. I think you're all nodding. Which you have. That's terrific experience, and so I'm really proud of what you guys have done.
So Charles, can you talk just a little bit about your experience, like where you've worked, where you have come from, and like how you bestow all of that upon us?
Well, I knew it from an early age. That's what I wanted to do. I was interested in doing radio. I would take a little utensil from the drawer, my mother's utensil in the kitchen, and I'd make it into a microphone, and I'd talk into the microphone, and I'd listen to radio shows. And I mean, I always knew this is what I wanted to do. I won't go through the whole career, it's long, but I would tell you this, that for somebody like me, the opportunity to work in a professional setting was limited back in those days. So therefore, what I had to do is rely on what was available at the university. I went to the University of Southern California, terrific school, happy to have that opportunity. And I was able to gather skills enough that when I graduated from the university, and then I went into the Air Force, it was a different time, and we were all going to get drafted. We didn't. So I went in, and I got a chance to do television productions for the government all around the country, fly around the country, do site surveys, do interviews, and do productions. None of them live, but they were all pretty high quality. I left, went to, I decided I wanted to go to graduate school in London, England. I went to London.
What school did you go to?
I went to well, it was a joint program between USC and the University College London. Wow. And then I became familiar with British broadcasting. I went to work in newsrooms, starting in Detroit, Michigan. I'm a California guy in Michigan. You can see that was I thought it was going to be a sacrifice. It was the greatest thing I ever did. Learned a lot about business. I went to New York City to be assistant news director. I had this thing, I wanted to be a news director. I wanted my own newsroom, so I went to Cincinnati, did that. And after that, I came to Iowa to work for a company that was at the time headquartered here that consulted in news all around the country. And then one day they came up. I'd been there for a couple, 3 years, going to newsrooms, talking to news people, seeing studios. And they said, you know, you've been to London. We're thinking of opening up an office there. Would you be interested? It took me about a millisecond to say yes. And I did that for 3 years and worked around the world before coming to the University of Iowa. So my idea of coming here was to start a really active broadcast program, both with the school, and the school is great about taking my suggestions and actually make them happen. And then also the Daily Iowan. The publisher of the Daily Iowan says, we've got to have a newscast of some kind. I said, I'm your guy. And we signed up, and that started with that little desk here.
That's awesome.
Such a cool story. And Charles, we all love you and your mentorship here at DITV. But transitioning a little bit, Kayla, this is your first year as a news director. I think you've been doing a great job, and just from the time when I was a freshman, DITV has changed so much. The set is completely different. We've grown. We've got
no more green screen.
I mean, we've got some really great stuff going. But this year in particular, I feel like we've really grown as a team. And tell me a little bit about some of the new things that we've implemented, or just things that you've seen firsthand of how we've changed for the better.
Yeah, I think something that's really been great about what we've done this year is that it feels like everything that we do really feels like we're moving as a team. Like, we all know our part of the team, but we're willing to fill in for other parts of that team. And I feel like we're really seeing it kind of fit together like a puzzle piece this year, where, you know, I know what, you know, the staff wants, the staff knows what I want, and I feel like we're working really well with that. And I feel like that's something I've seen a lot in my time at DITV, just kind of growing. It's like we're all learning together, and we're reminding ourselves of that every single day, and just getting to do that together is a really big, great thing. And something that I've tried really hard to work on this year is just making sure that every single student who comes through our organization feels support for whatever they want to do, whether that be someone who comes in and they want to be, you know, on Word on the Street, your guys' entertainment segment. They want to do that arts and culture, or they want to be going to football games, or they want to be going to protests. I want to help every single student that comes through here get a chance to take a bite out of that and get to do what they want to do. And I think that's something that DITV is really great about, is giving people the opportunities and being like, hey, you want this, we can get that for you.
Absolutely. And Charles, kind of going off of that a little bit too, how have you seen firsthand how DITV has set students up for success for future jobs or internships?
Well, I just need to say this now. This is the most exciting time ever for DITV. It's 20 years since that first newscast here. It's 20 years, and it is amazing how far it has come. I had a job as a coach. I couldn't do anything. I could stand on the sidelines, maybe yell instructions in, but the students did it all. They had the opportunity to do it. They took the opportunity, and they are doing that now. And to answer your question, I think the proud thing for me is to see students leaving here and going to work in other places. At one time, we had an alum of DITV in every television station in Iowa. And then a couple of them went on to be, as they are now, the producer of the most watched newscast in Chicago. One of our sports guys is in New York with a major job with Major League Baseball, producing award shows. We have students who've worked in Los Angeles and Hollywood, putting together promotions. We have a student who left, went to New York, went to Los Angeles, and is now doing corporate videos around the world for United Airlines. Wow. And I think that is probably an example of what I think is so valuable about the jobs that you guys do and this experience that you get here too. It's not that you just go out and work in broadcast. It's that you develop the skills to communicate, to make decisions, to write well, and that translates to so many other really great jobs.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that kind of transitions into our next question. So as you mentioned, you've had several students being very successful working in top markets, top newsrooms, working in national newsrooms. What does it mean to you to be a mentor and coach to the next generation of broadcast students and broadcast journalists?
What does it mean to me?
Yeah.
Is this heaven? I'm loving it here.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what it's meant to me. To see people perform, to see them become themselves, to see them reach. And that is, for somebody like me, real pleasure. I think also that to see the students go through the skills and then learn what they need to do and then go out. And that's one of the great things that DITV does, thanks to the publisher of the Daily Iowan. We send people places. Yeah. You actually went to Spain. We almost had a live shot from you in Spain over break.
Yeah.
Technical problem to get it in, but from Spain, from Washington, D.C., from, where were you in some distance? Well, you were, anyway, at various places.
All over the country.
There are many of them.
Everywhere.
Many of them, from everywhere. And those are great experiences. Yeah. Thankfully, we have the support, the financial support of the Daily Iowan to do that, and you take those experiences. But let me say this, it's just nice that you go out, but what I see when you do go out, you get better.
And that's why you should help us become even better and donate to to the journalism school that gives us chances to travel all around the country to cover big national, local elections, protest stories, all of it.
I mean, our sports people go everywhere. And every game, they do incredible work. And it's so, I mean, even like my freshman year, we weren't sending people all those places. It was few and far compared to what it is now. And it's really fun to watch. And I mean, especially seeing like the arts side grow this year is just
a little
so,
baby side, but it's growing.
It's just, it makes my heart so happy. But
we had no real art segment until Grace came along and I said, we really need it. And she said, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, it was a great decision, and we've gotten to do, I mean, meet and cover and do some incredible things.
You've seen shows at Hampshire. I've got to like meet artists before they're about to perform. You've got to meet actors. Like
just
it's
things
cool.
I never would have gotten to do if it wasn't for DITV. But and kind of transitioning with that.
Can I ask a question to Kayla?
Oh, okay.
How many awards are you going to get when you go up to Minneapolis to the Emmys?
We were nominated for 10 Upper Midwest Emmy Student Production Awards. So super incredibly proud of our staff for that. I think that is the most we've ever been nominated for. So we're making history here at DITV.
And a few of us have been on. Kabeni Mutomba is nominated. I'm nominated. Liz Schultz, who's working in our booth, is nominated. Our whole sports staff is nominated. Our whole DITV staff is nominated.
Wave.
Hello, Cole.
Come on. You can come and say hi, Cole.
Our sports rep.
Come on in.
Come and say hi.
Come on, Nicole.
Come say hi, Cole.
You see him at the Toad Force.
So it's so cool to be in college nominated through the National Emmys Foundation for Student Emmy Awards, Student Midwest Emmy Awards. Crazy to even be nominated. And I mean, it just looks great on a resume. So to help us keep doing great work, you should donate.
Yeah, and I mean, we got IBNAs coming up as well, Iowa Broadcast News Association Awards, and I got to go to those last year. And I think also like one thing that DITV has given me is my closest friends here at school are in DITV, and I think that is, I mean, I really would not have been college without this organization. So
and I think that's the other thing too. You guys teach each other. You learn from each other. You make mistakes and you overcome them, and you talk about how you were able to overcome them.
For sure.
And I think having an organization where the students are learning from each other is very, very valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of going off of that, like as a freshman, I know it's sometimes hard to step into new things and you know, put yourself out there. But from your guys' perspectives, Kayla and Charles, why should incoming students I mean, I think I started as a freshman, and I think that was the best decision I could have made. Like, just starting immediately here and growing. But why should students join DITV?
I think a big reason why students should join DITV is not only just for the incredible opportunities that we have here. I mean, as we said, we send people all over the country to cover events and all of those things. But also, like, you really find a community here, and I think that's really important because as someone who came in as a transfer student my sophomore year, my second semester sophomore year, I found like a community here that I wouldn't have been able to find otherwise. So I think that's a really important thing. But also, like, the skills that you learn here, like, it doesn't just apply to broadcast journalism. Like, it can apply to so many other careers because you're learning public speaking, you're learning how to write, you're learning how to design, how to edit, how to use all of these really valuable online platforms that can really help you in whatever job that you want to do.
How to talk to people too. And interviewing is such a important skill that I wouldn't have gotten to, work.
And Charles, from seeing other schools and knowing so much, what does this studio have at DITV that other school stations don't have?
Well, I think it's just the fact that we offer these opportunities. I mean, I think we have now so many. You can come, you can do sports, you can travel, you can do arts. If you're interested in doing investigative, go for it.
Oh, yeah.
You've done. I think that's the whole idea is what this program offers is opportunity. Now, I do impose a little discipline. I want to see good reporting, good editing, good writing, and I'll nag you until that happens, and it happens.
Yeah.
But that's part of it as well, because it is learning from best practices from places I have been and from things that I have seen.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of all you guys.
Yeah.
And by the way, take a long shot here. These guys are going to do really great things.
Thank you.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, just in my internship at News Nation in Chicago, I came in, I was their youngest intern that they ever had. And I came from a school that was not normally represented there. And they made sure to tell everyone that. They're like, yeah, everyone here is from Michigan, Northwestern, they're grad students. Like, I felt so intimidated. But when I sat down and got to meet, her name was Caroline, the lady I worked under, and she was training me, I knew everything. I knew how to write, I knew how to edit video, I knew what all of their language that they use to talk in TV, I knew what all of it meant. When sitting in the booth, I knew exactly what they were talking about. And she told me I was the easiest intern she ever had, because I would say, I'm already done, what can I do to help you? I also was like, you know what, I'm gonna take this opportunity and try to expand it a little bit more. And I was like, is it possible for me to talk to my anchor, Nicole? Is it possible for me to, kind of shadow one of the in-house reporters? And I really took time and I was like, can you look at my work? Can you do this? And I learned all of this here. I learned you need to take every opportunity, no matter who you're talking to, and just talk to them. They have so much advice. And whether it's just a freshman talking to a senior, us talking to you, just sit down and talk to them, because they would love to help you.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for being on.
Thank you,
and
guys.
we really appreciate your leadership and mentorship. We do have a fun little video that we're going to play, a Guess Who video that the marketing team put together. So let's take a quick look at that.
Yay!
Does your person have hair past their shoulders?
Yes. Is your
but I want to give you.
a man?
No. Wait, I need time to flip this.
Wait, how do that one?
Tell me pictures I heard this thing.
Okay, I'm ready for next question. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Does your person study communication?
Yes. Is your person StratCom focused?
Yes. Is your person was your person a guest speaker on About the Abstract?
Yes. Is your person Kyla?
Yes.
Yay!
And I know who you are.
Who am I? Who am I?
Bing Bing?
No, Rachel.
Oh, okay. Alright, go for it.
Okay, does your person teach anything related to StratCom?
No. Does your person wear glasses?
Yes. Does your person have facial hair?
No. Does your person have a mustache?
No. Has your person been on either About the Abstract or the SJMC podcast?
No. Does your person teach video production?
Yes.
Are you Brian Eichel? Yeah.
Who are you?
David?
I'm not playing this.
You won last time.
Yeah, okay.
Answering questions, what
Okay.
it's going to be focused on.
For Iowa Telethon, we have some very special guests. We have Professor Brett Johnson and Lily, who are going to talk about their DC trip through the media law class. So why don't you guys start by introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about the trip?
Yeah, I'm Brett Johnson. I'm an associate professor here at SJMC. I'm also the director of undergraduate studies. I teach one of the freedom of expression courses, media ethics, and all things about media law.
I'm Lily. I'm a third-year journalism student with a minor in political science.
Perfect. All right. And why don't you guys, can you tell us a little bit about the trip, what you guys will be doing, and why you chose to organize this?
Yeah, so we just got back on Saturday, and it was the second time students had gone on the trip. The first time was March 2024. So initially, and this kind of goes to the theme of what we're talking about, we have a PhD alum named John Camp. After he finished his PhD, he decided not to go into academia, but to go into law, and then worked for the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, for a while in DC, and then in private practice. And has been very generous to the school. He cares about media law, cares about freedom of expression. And he left a very generous gift to give students and faculty the opportunity to do research or some kind of education in Washington, D.C. And so when I started here as a visiting professor, our director, Melissa Tully, said, wouldn't it be cool if we brought a whole bunch of students and just have like instead of like one student going to do a research project, like let's bring, 9, 10, 11, 12 students. And so the first time around, we had about 11 students. And we didn't offer it as a class at the time. It was kind of a pilot program. It went really well. We met John and did a bunch of great stuff in DC. And then we decided to make it a 1 credit hour class for this spring to meet the script requirement, the experiential learning requirement. Yeah. So it's the second version. We're planning to keep offering it every 2 years. So every March, second half of spring break on the even years. So if there are future students interested, it's open to juniors and seniors. I know it's a ways away, but apply. And yeah, big thanks to John Camp and folks like him for donating to the school and making experiences like this possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And sorry, my mind's sort of like. So that's why you should donate to us.
Yes.
To get us to go on trips like this. And, journalism isn't just about broadcast and about PR. It's about media law.
Yeah.
So we can go on trips to D.C. and we can learn about it. And specifically right now when there's so much contention going on in D.C., learning about how people handle that and how you can still work and have your own political beliefs as well.
Yeah, and Lily had a really meaningful experience meeting one of the lawyers for the New York Times and the DC Bureau. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we went to the New York Times DC Bureau, and my dream job is to do media law for the New York Times. Yeah. So just kind of listening to him, he talked about what his day-to-day looks like. He talked about the lawsuits that he's working on for the New York Times. So it was really meaningful and I guess reassuring to hear about all of that.
Absolutely, and the day after we met him, the Times won their case. This involved the Times. It was a lawsuit arguing that the Pentagon's policy of restricting access to certain media organizations was unconstitutional, violated the First Amendment. So one day we met him and he talked about the case, and the next he had won. Or the Times had won. Of course, I'm sure it's going to be appealed as the things happen slowly in the law. But it was great to kind of see that in action. In freedom of expression, we talk very much in the abstract, but being able to bring students to see, where the magic happens was really cool.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm from DC, and getting, hearing that students are going and learning firsthand is wonderful. And I think I saw the application for this trip go out, and I was like, oh, this is so awesome. I couldn't make it, but I wanted to go. I was like, this is so cool.
Could have used you as a guide.
Yeah, right? I know.
Speaking of, where did you go?
Yeah, I was in Europe, so
oh, fun. Yeah.
But it looked very fun. I saw the photos. But Lily, kind of, I know you said the New York Times, but what else did you guys? Is this your first time in DC? What was your experience like?
It was actually my second time in DC. Okay. I went on the 8th grade trip that everybody goes on. But this was just a whole new experience because obviously the first time it was all just like monuments and stuff. We didn't really have much time for sightseeing, but we went to we met a bunch of lawyers. We went to FIRE.
The Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression.
Yeah, so that was really cool. They do a lot of advocacy, stuff like that, so that was really cool to talk to them. We went to USA Today, talked to some First Amendment reporters, Supreme Court reporter. But yeah, we were in the Supreme Court after they made the decision, so that was cool to find out.
Yeah, it was
later.
cool to go in and see the court. We couldn't take pictures, very adamant, no pictures in the courtroom.
Yes.
We had a really cool experience too. Right before we went to the Supreme Court, we went to the Library of Congress, and this docent there, volunteer, thought, "Oh, you look like a school group. Where are you from?" And we all said, "University of Iowa." She's like, "No way! I went to the University of Iowa." So we had this great moment of connecting with a former Hawkeye.
Yeah, there's so many Hawkeyes on Capitol Hill. You just you don't. I mean, my parents are both alumni, and my dad's a part of the I Club that's in DC, and you wouldn't even think that it would be a thing there, but it is. And there's so many great connections. And kind of going off of that, Professor Johnson, why is it so important that students go on these trips and start networking and learning from these different perspectives?
So I'm very lucky that I have a job where I can teach the First Amendment and the basics of law, U.S. legal system to undergrads. A lot of students, they may not get that until their first year of law school. And so I have been very fortunate to work with students like Lily who have an interest in the law and media law in particular. And it's great that I can teach that in the abstract. I love it. I have the best job in the world to be able to do that. But when I can bring students to meet with lawyers, meet with Supreme Court reporters, see what the Supreme Court looks like actually put some tangible, sights and sounds and people around the otherwise abstract nature of the law, it's really, really cool.
Absolutely, yeah. Just see it come to life is really surreal, and I'm so glad that the university has this experience for students.
Yeah, and we're so. I mean, we have a great, I always sing the praises of our director, Melissa Tully. I mean, this was, kind of her idea. It was, she's like, let's go big. Right, let's go big with this and make something happen. So we're really indebted to John Camp. We met some amazing alumni in our first night there, and it's really reassuring just how many, as you said, how many Hawkeyes are out there in places of power, like in DC. All of them saying, "Hey, how can we help you? How can we, build your network and get you to being on the legal team for the New York Times someday."
Absolutely. And with that, is there something you haven't done on this trip yet that you're hoping to do in the future or implement in the future?
Oh man, I'd love to be able to have students sit in on an oral argument for the Supreme Court. 2 years ago, when we went on the trip, the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, had their monthly meeting, and that was really cool. To have students get to see, see government in action, talking about communications policy. But every time the trip's been scheduled, the last 2 years, the court has not had oral arguments. They just had oral arguments, I think, just this week, and so we just missed it. But that would be really cool. Yeah,
for sure. And I think kind of going off of that too, one thing that I really liked about the journalism department here is that it's required that we take freedom of expression and media ethics. And at first I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting considering I do broadcast, but I actually found that I really enjoyed those classes. I mean,
thank you.
It's really useful and interesting and kind of, taps into law a little bit, but it's also something that, we use a lot of that here at DI. What you can and cannot say, all that fun stuff that we learn about in class, especially in media ethics too. So I think that it's really useful that, we are required to take these classes, and this trip is just an added extra, like you said, it's seeing it in real life and in action.
And I feel like sometimes, with our major, our classes are more focused on, projects and whatnot, but with your classes, I feel like I'm a college student of I'm gonna take my notes, I'm gonna study for my exams, so and I like that. I get that sometimes, but not every class has to be that. It's a nice mix of more academia focus, more notes, and having to actually study for an exam versus projects and being like creative with that. And I mean, I didn't realize how important it was to know these court cases and know about media law. And I'm like, wow, like I'm gonna need to like know this stuff in case I'm at a protest and actually get arrested. Like this is really important.
You know, it's easy to teach because it's story time, right? Like these cases are often stranger than fiction, and I love it when I can, you know, whether it's someone who wants to go into media or someone who wants to go into law, you know, that can make some kind of a connection. Yeah, go ahead.
I also want to add, like, before taking either of those classes, I had zero interest in law, like, at all. So just like the fact, like, at the J School, we like are forced to kind of like do those things, but it's like it opened up a whole new world for me.
A great opportunity. Completely agree with you. I had zero interest, and then after those classes, I was like, wow, wait, this is actually really interesting. Maybe I'll look more into this, and I just really enjoyed those classes.
I also feel smarter. Like when
when you actually know that.
When people are like talking about like stuff going on right now with like the courts and different media, I'm like, well, actually, and they're like, is that allowed? I'm like, well, actually, like, I feel like I know so much, and people, I mean, like, I'll be able to explain it to them. And like when the whole thing happened with like ABC and Jimmy Kimmel and all of that, Kimmel, I was like, well, actually, this is how it's. I just felt this was smart.
I'm so happy to hear that. I mean,
well, thanks for the knowledge.
It's an active translation. I mean, to take we think of the law as like we put it on this pedestal. It's so distant and apart and cold. But like when you can make it real and approachable, I mean, I'm just like. This is amazing hearing from all of you, like how that's impacted your lives.
Well, I also want to hear a little bit more about this Dublin excursion. That I read that and I was like, man, too bad I'm going to be graduating, because I would have signed up for that instantly. But tell us a little bit more about that organization, like what you're doing, Lily. Oh wait, you're a junior, right? So you're,
I mean, postpone your graduation.
Go to Dublin, Professor Johnson. But tell us a little bit about that.
No, thanks for bringing that up. So I was a student here many years ago, and I worked for the Office for Study Abroad. I studied abroad both in Spain and in Brazil, and so one of my goals when I got to be a professor was I'd love to be able to run a study abroad program. I've loved bringing students to DC, and I'd love to have the opportunity to do that abroad. I chose Dublin when I pitched this program because for several reasons. They're ranked really highly in global press freedom from the Reporters Without Borders ranking. They are a hub for technology, and being part of the EU, they have really strict policies when it comes to data privacy. And it's an emerging area for AI regulation. And so there's just a lot there that students can learn. I think a great way to learn about the law is comparatively. This is how we do it in America. We have some really great things in terms of our system of media law and freedom of expression. But to really appreciate that, it's great to see what other folks do. And so the program will be the first 3 weeks after the spring semester 2027. So as soon as you are done with the spring semester, or as soon as you walk, if you want to take one more 3-hour course, it'll be the last 3 weeks of, so it'll be May into June. We'll study comparative law. We'll meet, just like we did in DC, meet with lawyers, meet with journalists, understand how press freedom and media regulation works in Dublin. So I'm very excited to have that. It's part of our SCRIPT program. The S in SCRIPT stands for Study Abroad. So it's amazing that we have opportunities like this here at Iowa to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you should help us have more opportunities.
Yes, by donating, by scanning the QR code. All the donations help fund these incredible adventures and trips. And thank you guys so much for being on and sharing with us about your time in DC and organizing and all your expertise. So for now, we're going to throw it to the thermometer with Cole to see where we're at in our check-in.
Thanks, guys. And once again, thank you so much for tuning in for One Day for Iowa. As you can see, we have now reached the $5,000 mark, our first benchmark, actually, of our live stream here, meaning that SJMC's very own Jake Mayer and Professor Bingbing Zhang will be doing a hot dog eating contest in the coming weeks. And remember, our goal, the $10,000 mark. So we're already halfway there. Continue to scan the QR code, use the hashtag One Day for Iowa. We really appreciate it, as all the money goes to the SJMC program and us students. We really appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
How's it going, guys? I'm Jake, and today we're going to be making hot cakes, asking people their hot takes. Let's go. Now let's go to my hot take first. Concerts, they're overrated. They're just not that good. Honestly, the fact that you have to spend that much money and then go to that big of a crowd and you're just crammed in there and you can't actually like enjoy the music. And don't get me wrong, live music is good, but it's just not worth the hassle. It's my hot take.
So my hot take is no more stickers on fruit and vegetables. Like, what are we doing? Because if you forget to take it off, you're eating the sticker and it'll get stuck in your teeth.
Do you think they put that there for a reason, though?
Sure, but there's so many other ways to do it. We could just like print a number on it, or
Print on the fruit?
yeah, how can we
You draw on the fruit?
maybe like write on with maybe with like a wax marker, something rubbable off. There's got to be a better solution than stickers.
I feel like the stickers aren't even that much of a pain. You just rip it off one second. It's kind of fun. Like, you get your like your little apples from the store and you just
Well, then where do
before
you
you
put
eat it. I can understand that, but would you? Yeah, let's go ahead.
This whole thing is like self-service? I thought you would be making them.
No, I'm just here to challenge everything you say, basically, until you're done. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, good. I don't.
There you have it.
Those are my takes.
Yep. Some of them were okay. I think if we really need to get rid of the stickers on fruits, we can do that.
Yeah, thank
I just think our time is better spent elsewhere. What's your name, sir?
I'm Sean.
Sean, what do you think about? Just give me something, man.
I think that a hot take for a hot cake is that cereal is a soup and we need to just quit denying it.
Okay, this is gonna get you real quick. Why is it a soup?
So, I think even though the argument's basic, the logic is right there. Cereal is something that you have a liquid, you put solids in it, you eat it with a spoon.
I mean, but like the matter changes sometimes.
The matter does change, but the matter also changes in soup.
I mean, that's true. I mean, take pancakes, for example, right? It's a liquid when it comes out of the batter. Does that make pancake batter a soup? And then when it heats up, it's just suddenly not a soup anymore?
No, because soup has to have a liquid or like a liquid kind of thing with some solids in it. Because you could argue basically anything is a soup. We could argue that the pond is a soup, but it's things that we consume and we eat. So like soup, for example, can be hot or it can be cold.
Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying there. I just feel like that is the core difference. Like, the whole reason we say cereal is different is because it's cold versus soup is hot. I just feel like the key component of soup is it has to be hot.
Well,
you're saying that's not true.
I'm saying that's not true because if you go to Spain, for example, they have gazpacho. That's cold tomato soup. They have it cold. You have to have it cold.
Interesting. I feel like that would not be very good. Well, actually, you know what? No disrespect to Spain. I gotta try that sometime. But cold soup? Are we serious? Have you ever had cold soup?
I have had cold soup.
Wasn't it terrible?
It wasn't very good, but cereal is the good cold soup.
It's true.
You can put anything you want in it. You can kind of mix and match. You can drink the broth when you're done if you want. You can change the broth if you want to. So if you want to make it chocolatey, if you want to make it strawberry-y, if you want the solid ingredients to change how the broth is going to be, the broth being the milk, then you have that with cereal.
Fair enough. I guess, we're just classifying them differently, but ultimately, I think you've stood your ground. You make some good points.
And I think I'm making a good hotcake too.
Yeah, honestly. Actually, you know what? Here's another good counter argument I didn't even think of. When you go to the grocery store, why is cereal not in the soup aisle?
Well, why is tomato not in the fruit aisle?
Whoa. Okay, I did not expect to come back like that. Come on now. Someone once said, life is a cereal because life is surreal. Thank you. So what's your hot take?
My hot take is that people who genuinely say they enjoy spicy foods are just sadists and they just like being in pain and try to act like they're cool.
So they're like masochistic, is what you're saying?
Exactly. Like, no one actually enjoys being in pain in your mouth. They're just acting like it.
Interesting. Do you just not like spicy food?
I am Irish, so, there's...
I feel
Black pepper is it.
I feel like hot take, like, don't take this the wrong way. I feel like you're the type of person to put ketchup on something and be like, oh, it's too spicy. Is that true?
Yeah, barbecue's the limit, I'd say.
So barbecue sauce is too spicy.
Yeah, that's the max. Yeah.
All right, well, there you have it. I mean, come on. I feel like barbecue sauce is the it is, if anything, less flavorful. And I'm not even a fan of that much spicy foods. Like buffalo wings are pretty good, but eventually they're a little too hot.
No, garlic parm wings. That's it.
Those are gas. Come on. You think those are too hot?
That's as much as I'll go. That's as far as I'll push it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Of course.
Iowa Telethon, and we have some very special guests with us, Professor Aaron Jordan and Megan Klein, a student here at the university, and they're going to talk a little bit about the Society of Professional Journalists. So if you guys could start and just give us like a little overview of what the organization is.
You want to take it away?
Yes, for sure. So the Society of Professional Journalists, or SPJ, it's a national organization focused on kind of supporting journalists and then just promoting ethical and responsible reporting. On campus, we are very new, so we're just kind of focused on making students be the best communicators they can be, whether that be in reporting, strategic communication, media, all those good things. But do you have anything to add?
Well, I was just looking at the SPJ site today to try to get a sense more of things that they're involved in, and just like even this week, they are nationally supporting journalists who are facing censorship issues. They advocate for journalists not just who are members, but who are maybe struggling within their news organization or facing lawsuits, other things like that. So really providing that support for journalists in working out in the newsrooms.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, you are part of the national organization, right?
Well, I am the advisor for the campus SPJ chapter. I am a member of the SPJ. I'm a professional member of the Society of Professional Journalists, but also get to be the advisor for the student group.
Yeah. So what does being a member on your part as a professional do for you? And then what does it do for students being a member of the student chapter?
Yeah, well, as a member of SPJ, you're entitled to access all of their training materials. They also have a lot of seminars and sessions that folks can go to and learn more. So it's an idea of like once you're out in the field as a professional, you want to keep learning too. You know, you guys here at the university are learning all different things, but sometimes when you get out in the field, you're so busy with the day-to-day, you're not continuing to do that. So SPJ kind of provides that continuing education.
Absolutely. And Megan, tell us a little bit about your role as president and what the organization has opened, like how it has opened doors for you.
Yeah, so I'm a senior. I'm graduating this May, and throughout my time at the university, clubs have been super important to me. So when I saw initially Professor Martell and Professor Jordan advertising this club, I thought it was a great opportunity to get involved. Obviously, any kind of leadership position is just great, and it teaches you so much. SPJ has allowed me to kind of meet and interact with underclassmen, also just juniors and seniors, people around my year, and seeing all the stuff that the journalism school has and puts on. Obviously, I'd heard of the Adler Agency, but then being able to see all students' work that they've been able to do with it, seeing all the work they do at DITV and just the Daily Iowan, it's been a great opportunity to just learn more about the school in general.
Can I just brag about Megan
just
for a minute?
Please.
So one of the things that Megan has taken the lead with is trying to get our student chapter to be recognized with the university. So you know, she was really experienced with that process, how you need to meet with the campus organizations, groups, and try to do that. And then we've also put forward our recognition efforts with the national organization. So that's been a big part of our efforts this year.
Yeah, and I know that as a student here in the journalism building, I've heard so many great things about SPJ and the work that you guys are doing and how you're growing, and props to both of you because it's just, I can see firsthand how it's taken off. But for you, Professor Jordan, what's one of the most rewarding things that you get to witness as the advisor?
Yeah, well, one thing that was really cool for me, last semester we did a Zoom session with the regional SPJ director, who's a TV producer for WHO TV in Des Moines, And she is also an educator, so she wants to work in high school journalism as well after kind of her career. And so we got to Zoom with her and kind of find out what that's been like for her to be a professional. And that was neat. And it's also been neat to see these young journalists kind of step up into leadership roles like Megan.
Yeah, for sure. And Megan, if you were to give kind of a pitch for students to join this organization, what are some of the firsthand benefits that you've experienced or that other members have experienced?
Yeah, so mainly I would say it's a great opportunity for networking, not just meeting, peers within the journalism school, but then when you become that full-fledged member at the SPJ level, you have access to just their massive pool, across the United States and I'm sure beyond. But that's what I would say the main thing is. Even if you're not maybe specifically interested in journalism, I think any types of media, it would be beneficial to anyone.
Yeah, for sure. And I know you said you're graduating here soon. Has it opened any doors for you or set you up for success in either interview skills or just real workforce? How has it kind of contributed to that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely helped me more with some of my soft skills. Obviously, anything with leadership is going to be beneficial to you in the long run. Also, just organization, working with others. We have a great officer team that is just so amazing to work with. And then also just time management, organization, planning these events. Since we are such a new organization, it's just been a lot of stuff that I've learned and I hope to use in the future.
Yeah, I love to hear that, and it's always great when students have these leadership opportunities just to grow, and you can take those skills into anything, not just SPJ, but outside of it as well. And Professor Jordan, can you talk a little bit more about some of the networking opportunities that SPJ has?
Yeah, I mean, I think their training could be a really good sense. We have not had a chance yet because we're so new to go to a conference, but they have regional conferences in the Midwest and then a national conference. So I think that is something we look to do more of next year to give students a chance to actually go. And you could talk with presenters, you could find people who are in a similar place as you or maybe in a part of the country where you want to move. So I think that that's something that I'm really looking forward to getting to explore more.
Yeah, for sure. And I was having some issues technically, but I don't know if I missed this. Why did you want to start a chapter here at Iowa?
Yeah, well, Society of Professional Journalists is a really broad-based organization. So, and that was something we felt like within the student orgs here in SJMC, there were several that were more targeted. And this one we felt like really could bring in people in the reporting and writing track, but then also others who wanted these opportunities as well. So that was kind of our goal, to have this student organization that catered specifically to reporting and writing, but then also welcomed others.
And what are some things that you guys hope to see in the future for SPJ here at Iowa?
Yeah, like Professor Jordan mentioned previously, but SPJ does have a lot of conferences in the United States. I've attended conferences in the past for other organizations, and those are just so helpful, obviously for networking, like I've said before, but then just kind of seeing other parts of the United States, participating in workshops, those trainings, I think that's super beneficial. And just becoming a bigger org on campus and seeing, what we can accomplish as the years go by.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that SPJ is really known for is their code of ethics. It's probably the most recognized code of ethics in the profession. And so I think that we could have some opportunities to maybe bring a speaker here to campus to speak to some of these of the moment ethical issues, maybe like disclosure of AI content or that sort of thing.
And I know SPJ also gives out awards for journalism and journalistic work. Are you guys interested in having students from your organization submit things, or just anything around those lines?
I think that's a great idea for next year, because I think you have to be a registered chapter, and we're still kind of waiting for that official recognition. But I think once we are, I think that students in the group would have an opportunity to submit work for some of those contests, which provides further recognition of their hard work here.
For sure.
Yeah. And I don't know if it, being recognized would kind of involve this, but how can donations to One Day for Iowa, how does that directly affect SPJ as an organization?
Well, I'll let you add to this too, but I was just going to say, this year, since we're so new, we're trying to recruit people to come out. We had like a cookie decorating event before the holidays, and you know, just kind of paying for those supplies, you know, to get people to want to come out and to do that sort of thing. That would be really helpful. And you know, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, and then specifically kind of as we grow and hopefully we're able to attend those conferences, other just events around the country, hopefully the funds from today would help with that and kind of offset costs for students.
Yeah. And the oath all of us journalists take here is to uphold ethical practices, be a watchdog for government, and why not bring an amazing organization that's all about that? And why don't you help us fund that so we can be great ethical journalists and make media that matters to people and tell the stories that matter to people.
Absolutely, yeah. And to kind of wrap up a little, just give me like an elevator pitch of why everyone, no matter what track you're on, whether you're broadcast, you're Stratcom, you're writing, SPJ is for them.
Yeah, you know, SPJ has been around for a really long time. I think it has over 1,400 members just in our, you know, area, and that I think it gives you a lot of networking opportunities. And I also think, you know, being connected with an organization that is such a broad umbrella, I think is really going to help journalists who maybe start in one track but then maybe switch slightly, or they adjust where they want to go within the field of journalism. I think this is going to give them a lot of opportunities.
Awesome. Yeah. And from a student perspective?
Yeah, like Erin said, and like I kind of mentioned before, just amazing network opportunities, being able to learn and meet new people in the J School just by in itself, I think is a great opportunity. But yeah, I think you caught most of it.
Well, thank you guys so much for your time, and I love learning a little bit more about SPJ. I've heard, like I said, I've heard great things, but I'm glad I got to really dive in with you and learn some more. For now, we're gonna send it to a fun little video, and then we'll be right back.
Over the last week, I learned a lot. My group was great, and we had a wonderful family that we spent a lot of time with, documenting their story.
I've had so much fun doing it. I was really hesitant at the beginning because I was worried. I was like, oh, I don't have the experience like everyone else does. But I think overall, it was just a great opportunity.
I've done a couple of short films, but they're nothing like this and nothing as in-depth. And it required a lot more like thoughtful planning.
Doing this type of thing is not really something that lends itself well to classroom work. It's just something that you really have to have the time for. So being able to be given a couple weeks in summer where we're able to put everything else aside and pretend to be working for, I say pretend, we basically were working professionals.
For the last week, we've been doing 12-hour days shooting, and it's a lot more intimate. It was definitely new. Especially strangers, it's weird coming into their lives and asking them to invite you into their home and share these personal aspects. And it's a little bit uncomfortable at first, I think, but then once they got comfortable and once we got comfortable, we really shared some meaningful connections, and it was like really special.
You're spending multiple hours on end, multiple days in a row with them. So you're kind of getting in on all their little family jokes and getting to know everyone in the family and learning about their stories.
They generally think I got new friends. Like they told me to check up on them and everything. And I said I would they said they'd check on me and like everything like that. So like I got new friends, but like I also like just learned how to connect with people.
I really enjoyed working with my team. It was nice to bounce ideas off of Sophie and Annika, and we all had our own roles, but like there was definitely times when they kind of overlapped and we were all playing off of each other. That allowed me to grow even more than doing it on my own.
Workshop related, I think like coming back to the hotel and everybody's like locked in but like still having fun. It was a good like sense of community that I think I'd been like missing out on.
I learned that I can improve in like a short amount of time. Like the very first day with all the equipment, I was like, I'm screwed. But then I was really surprised that I was able to pick it up and also get better at it in such a short amount of time.
We had 4 instructors working with us, and there's 8 of us. So anytime you have a question or anything, you get to have that personal conversation right away. So you just learn so much more, so much faster.
I've gotten to go out in the field and do a lot of video work that
I haven't really had the opportunity to do before. I gained confidence in what I was doing and a better understanding of it. I got to fly a drone for the first time, so that was fun. That was a cool, fun thing to do.
I feel like in the past year, when people have been asking me what I want to do after I graduate, this is like what I've been telling them. But I hadn't like actually done it.
I feel really great about like this preparing me for like my future job.
And this kind of gave me a real taste of, okay, well, this is the work that comes with that. Hope you're cut out for it. I think I am. I just need a nap.
And welcome back to our One Day for Iowa Telethon. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And don't forget to scan that QR code to raise money for the incredible journalism school here at Iowa. We've got a full house now. We've got 3 guests on. Hannah's taking a little break. To start, we've got Professor Alex Scott, Professor Kevin Ripka, and Gabby Dries. And Professor Kevin Ripka and Professor Scott are going to talk about the summer workshop that they actually came up with together. And Gabby has gotten to be a part of it. So if one of you guys just want to start talking about how you came up with the idea, and then maybe the other can talk more about what the workshop entails.
Yeah, so the IO workshop, Iowa Stories and Lived Experience workshop, it kind of came out of a few conversations that we had of wanting to create a structure, a course structure that just allowed really intense, focused time to produce something very in-depth and deep. And so it actually came out of a conversation in your office one day. I believe you said something like, oh, we need to do a summer workshop. That's what we need to do. And I was like, hey, that sounds cool. And we literally it was passing period, right? Like just from that 10-second interaction, I started working on something, he started working on something. And in 2 months, we were able to present that, to find funding, to send the call out, to actually build the curriculum, and just like literally create it out of thin air in about 6 months or so.
But I'm gonna push back on thin air because what we did is we go to these conferences and these things where we see what other schools are doing, and we see these great projects, and they're like going to Belize or whatever and doing these multimedia stories, and we're like, yeah, we want to do something awesome like that, but man, you could do great stories right here in Iowa. And so that's where we really conceptualize this. We're like, we want to do these multimedia stories where you're using text, video, photography, information graphics, emerging media, everything. Put it together into these cohesive narratives that spread across these stories.
A lot of our peer institutions have been doing this for decades, and they're often doing them in foreign locations or exotic locations. And so we very consciously were like, no, we're going to make sure that this is community storytelling. We want to do it here in Iowa, focus on a different community every single year, and to show people that there's brilliant, important, and impactful stories right here in our backyard.
Yeah, I remember seeing this this email come out about this idea of you guys having the sign-up sheet or the application, and I really think that's I think Iowa is sometimes we just overlook it as it's just a flyover state. There's not a lot going on, but one thing that I've really learned in DI is that there's always something going on in Iowa. And Gabby, you as well, you're also a part of the DI, and you know, we've gotten to cover and see all these amazing things. So this workshop is just another great opportunity for students to get involved. So thank you guys for putting that together and giving that opportunity. But Gabby, I want to hear from you a little bit. What was it like for you as a student getting to work with both of these very esteemed and prestigious professors here at Iowa and at this workshop?
No, esteemed is good. It was really helpful. I feel like I got a lot of like good one-on-one mentor time, and that like intensive 9 to 6, 9 to 7 hours spent producing, editing, and then coming back and spending time with Alex and Kevin and John and Leah and getting feedback was incredibly helpful to like my journey as a journalist and as a photographer. So.
Yeah, and you do some incredible work at the DI. So, you know, you kind of touched on this a little bit, but what did you learn from a new in this workshop that then you were able to take with you at the DI?
Spending more like one-on-one time with people, with sources, with subjects, just kind of getting to know them as a person before even like lifting up that camera. That was something that was very heavily encouraged in IL, and so I got to spend that time on my DI stuff as well.
Yeah, that's such a great skill to have, to really get to know the people that you're telling the story about, and that often results in the best work. And we learned that in your guys' classes as well. And so tell me a little bit. You said that you pick a community to focus on. What was last year the first year you released? Okay, so what was the community you guys picked last year, and what's the plan for this year?
Yeah, so last year we basically came up with 4 main themes that we want to talk through and we want to rotate through each year. And we found that these main themes, immigration, politics, rural and agricultural economies, as well as rural healthcare, were very important issues to Iowa. Now we've expanded that beyond that a little bit, just as it's naturally or organically moved. But this first year we had an opportunity to be connected and collaborate with a research group on campus that was focusing on the African migrant community in Cedar Rapids. And there are 30,000 African-born migrants here in the state of Iowa, which is almost 1% of the population. So we found that to be a really cool news angle, and we're like, well, let's really get to explore their lives. And so we went up to Cedar Rapids. We made a lot of good friends and contacts, and Gabby made just really close relationships with our collaborators up there, and it turned into something that was kind of beyond our expectations at first. It was really sweet, it was really heartfelt, and it educated people a lot. We had a screening at a film scene sold out with hundreds of people there, and so many people came up to us and goes, I had no idea about this community. I hadn't met anybody in the African community before, and so it was educational. And we got some requests to screen that at another place and to screen it in Des Moines. Wow. And so it slowly started to evolve into this like kind of motto or phrase where it's not just about community storytelling, it's about community building through community storytelling. So the active part of going out there and meeting people is the part of building a community while we tell these awesome stories.
Yeah, and did you want to add on?
Well, I can talk about this year's coming one, but first I just want to say about last year's. I mean, it was so serendipitous because we had said, okay, we're going to do immigration. And you know, as soon as you say the word immigration, you're thinking Latin America, Mexico, things like that, right? But then when we found out this about like almost 1% of Iowa population, we had contacts, it just snowballed into this amazing project. This year, we didn't really go into it with as much of like one of those main themes that we had talked about when we first thought about this idea. We started with a bit of a location because just logistically and things, there's a lot of things going on, and we isolated Muscatine, Iowa. And then we started researching Muscatine, Iowa. And that's where we found all these really interesting stories. Because again, every town's got these great, interesting stories. So Muscatine, Iowa, obviously a Mississippi River town. It started off as a real like lumber transport type area. From there, you know, it was around the river, right? The alluvial floodplains allowed for certain crops to be grown, right? The Muscatine melons, right? So all that going on there. And again, we have all these boom times of things in its history. Then it becomes the pearl button capital of the world, which is making little buttons out of mollusk shells from the river. And all these things had their boom time. And obviously we are past the boom time. But people still live there. There's still stories. So what we want to do is kind of put this this relationship of the then and now. Like, how did these things grow and change and morph still to have this vibrant community? So what we're going to try to look at is multi-generational stories of people who maybe had older family members, great-grandparents, parents, what have you, however far back, who are part of these boom time, how the economy kind of ran. So this kind of is coming back a lot to rural economies, I mean, if it's rural. People who maybe had someone work in the button factory, and now, well, the last button factory closed in 2024. So it's like, well, what is this family doing now, right, to keep their roots there, and like how has it changed and transformed? So we're looking at all stories like that. There's we haven't gotten the actual characters yet, but we've done a lot of research into it. There's things like the Heinz plant, right, the first Heinz plant outside of Pittsburgh that came in like 1896 or something. And back then it was just canning, like simple canning, and someone's great carbon. And now, obviously, Heinz is this global logistics food thing.
So many unexpected stories that come out of Muscatine. It was the first town to integrate schools in the entire United States. 100 years before, nearly 100 years before Brown versus Board of Education. It is so rich, and so we're trying to connect past and present in these stories, and I think multimedia is definitely the best way to do it. So we're really excited, and Kevin came up with the idea of multi-generational families is like perfect. We're going to show how the past continues to influence the present, but have a real human face and touch on these stories.
Yeah, and that's so cool to learn about too, because I feel like I said, Iowa, it's so, I'm from the East Coast, so when I said I was coming to Iowa for school, everyone was like, oh, why? Like, why would you do that? But I think until you come here and you experience it for yourself, you don't understand how many stories there are here and opportunities, and the people are so wonderful. So this is really interesting for me to hear, and I'm honestly very excited about this and to see what comes out of it. Just so I fully understand, maybe Gabby, you can answer this question. Is the goal of the workshop, are you guys creating a documentary out of it, or is it more like all different multimedia, like photos, videos? What do you produce out of it?
It's a multimedia experience. So we have text, photo, video, and interactive graphics. All of them tell different stories, but they all work together to tell one larger story.
Got it. Okay, so from your experience, I know you do photography at the DI. Were you able to tap into something through this workshop that you didn't think you would like, but you turned out to really love?
So I actually don't have that much experience in video, so I really wanted to lean into that.
Yeah.
And like push myself there, and I feel like I really did over that week of recording and then coming back and figuring out bump ups, what's the best stuff, what I still need to go and get. And I feel like I have a lot more solid foundation in video than I did a year ago.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to brag on Gabby's work, because she really went through so many obstacles to tell really, really wonderful stories and learning video all along the way and produce some really great work. So
That's
that
incredible.
was,
and now
kind of brag on my students a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. And now you're probably feeling like you're so much more well-rounded. Now you learn all these skills. And I took both of your guys' classes, the Intro to Graphic Design and, the one.
Visual communication.
I'm sorry,
design.
yes, visual
That's
communication design and
MMS.
Yes. And I think that's something that's so great about those classes is, I had zero experience, especially in graphic design, none. And I really got to learn a lot using Photoshop and all of these skills, and kind of both of the classes were great. But my question.
Which one was better?
That's a toss-up. I don't want to
All right,
answer
do we
that
need to do
question.
arm wrestling on No, okay.
But to kind of go off of that, has this experience for you guys changed the way that you teach those courses, or maybe manipulated that a little bit into the coursework that you're doing?
I think it definitely, it influences everything, but where it really influences, we have this other course that we're kind of team working on called Multimedia Narratives.
Yes.
That is essentially a semester-long version of this very workshop, but obviously the students have to find their own stories and work a semester long. So it is a different pace. Like the workshop is very collaborative and very just constrained, right? For 21 days, you only work on this, versus the multimedia narratives class, obviously you work on it across the 3 months of the semester, but we've really influenced that class. Again, we had ideas about that class. You mostly created the class from the beginning, but then after the workshop, we started looking at it and like, how can we take some of the things we implemented in that workshop and implement them in this course?
It's really trying to bring in experiential learning opportunities into every single one of our classes now, because that was so beneficial. I mean, we're working hard. They were working 18 hours a day, 7 days out shooting, 7 days out creating the entire website. And that much focused attention without distraction is rare. We're not going to get that. But we can have smaller versions of these experiential learning integrated into all of our courses. And so that's a big directive that we're trying to push. And so I think we're definitely influenced by this.
Yeah, it sounds incredible. And to kind of wrap up, I'd like to hear from all of you about if you could think of an elevator pitch or just a little reason as to why not only students should do this workshop, but they need this workshop in order to grow as journalists and also grow their perspectives from different perspectives. So if we just want to start, I mean, Gabby, I'd love to hear start with you from a student perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it really helps you get out of your comfort zone and make something that you're proud of, put a lot of love and care into it, and something that I think will stand for quite a few years to come.
Yeah, I think it's just a beautiful act of creation, right? I mean, you're going to have an amazing portfolio piece at the end. You're going to have an amazing experience. There's no way to go wrong by doing it.
And I think this workshop allows you to create more intimate connections with members of the community than you would by just spending 2 hours 1 day a week or something like that. I mean, every single day. It's beautiful. It really was. We had so much fun doing it. And your skill sets, they skyrocket. You just learn so much in such a short period of time. You don't have any other choice but to learn and to do it. So it's a really unique experience.
Yeah, well, thank you guys so much for being on. I loved getting to learn more about this. And everyone go sign up for the workshop if you guys are still taking applications. Yes? Okay.
Until April 17th.
April 17th, you have so much time to sign up. Everybody go sign up. And while you're at it, go ahead and scan the QR code and donate so that we can have these wonderful opportunities for students to grow and learn. But for now, we're going to toss it to a short form media piece that students themselves produced called Places to Belong.
My uncle came to me and said, "Do you know visa lottery?" I said, "I don't." "So do you want to go to America?" I said, "No, I don't speak English.
Yeah,
I don't want to go there." He just go ahead and play that lottery, and then boom, I win.
If you win, American win the city on top of the hill. You gotta go.
I've been crying because the way we used to be in Africa, we sit in living room after eating and we sit down watching movie, talking about nothing, about something like just to have fun with family. I learned to cook since I was in childhood in my country. And my mom taught me how to cook. I've been cooking at home, cooking for people when they have events, and we cook.
We want it to be an open window for people who craving something like that from their country.
When people come and say, "Oh, do you have this?" I say, "Okay, good." I put it down. "Do you have this?" "Okay." I put it down. I go search for it, or I call somebody that I know from that country that they have said, I say, "Okay, how you guys make this?"
Most of our customers, they are not foreigners, they are American who, in some cases, happen to travel at one time and ate those food, and when they are back here, they have eaten it for so long, and then they want to, come back to it.
When I start working and I meet people from my country, I say, "Oh, okay." And then we start talking our language. I say, "Okay." And then the happiness was coming a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. So I get married and I have family. I like family. So family just makes me happy.
Once you are raised somewhere, you are part of that culture, definitely. So we are seeing it firsthand with them, with the kind of choices that they make. The small time we spend home is for us to give them some part of moral value, not necessarily culture.
Well, at first I hated the fact that I was like part of like no, not hated, that was a strong word. I just disliked the fact that I was like part of an African family. Some days I identify myself as African, and then some days I identify myself as American. Now I feel like I've accepted that, and it's like a really good thing.
And welcome back to our One Day for Iowa telethon. We are here and we have our QR code up, so be sure to scan and donate. We have some very special guests. We have Melissa Tolley.
Nope.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Michelle
It's
Silvan.
been a long day.
I'm so sorry, Michelle Silvan and Aaron Goss, who are going to talk about the Iowa Summer Journalism Workshop. Michelle, why don't you start and give us a little bit of an overview of this workshop?
First, you want to tell us about what you do here for the school?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So my role with the journalism school is job internship and placement coordinator. So I do a lot of career development activities with our college students in the journalism program. And then I'm also director of the Iowa Summer Journalism Workshop, which is what we're going to talk about right now. And this workshop is actually for high school students. So they get to come for a week, be on the University of Iowa campus, live in the residence halls, get a feel for what it's like to actually be a college student while they're still in high school, and then they get to take a class. So we have a variety of classes, and they take those classes during the day, and they take them from professors or some experts in that area, and get to learn, what it's like to be in journalism, and also it's fun. So there's no grades. They get to really have a fun time learning, and then in the evenings, journalism students are the camp counselors, and they take them to do fun things around campus. So they get to experience campus and campus life while they're high school students.
What a great opportunity.
Yes.
I feel like I would have totally taken advantage of that if I was in Iowa and
For sure.
For sure. Erin, do you want to tell us a little bit about your role in the workshop?
Yeah, so I am admin services coordinator at the School of Journalism, and I help with a couple different programs, including some of the certificates and then also the journalism workshop, and I help plan the certificate or plan the workshop, and then also recruit for it, and then we are a part of it during the week too, so we do the different activities and everything. So that's kind of what I do at the School of Journalism.
Awesome. So how long has the university been putting on this workshop here?
It started in 1952, so it's been going on for a long time, 74 years. It's changed over the period of time that it's been going on, but it has a really long and strong tradition here, and a lot of students high school students who come to the workshop end up coming here for college, whether it's in journalism or outside of journalism. And we even have some faculty members who were introduced to Iowa through the Summer Journalism Workshop.
Oh, that's incredible.
And how could donors help with funding this for the high school students?
So the cost for participation is actually higher than what we charge for the workshop. And the reason why we want to make the entry level available for as many people as possible. In fact, we provide scholarships to students who have experienced hardship or from low income or have parents who didn't go to college. So they get that opportunity to experience it. And donors can help with those scholarships, but they can also help keep the cost low for the students to attend. we're trying to, make sure that we make it available to as many people as possible. And students, a lot of students from Iowa come, but also students from across the country. So there are people who, kids who've never been to Iowa before, and their first experience of Iowa is this summer workshop.
Yeah, and Erin, can you talk a little bit about what you see these high school students experiencing and learning while in this workshop?
Yeah, so during the workshop, they are able to work in their classes, which is during the 4 days of the week during the day, and then we also do different field trips for the classes as well. So like we have our investigative reporting. They actually go to a courthouse and get a report on a real life courtroom hearing during the week, and then we also have fun activities too. So the students get to work on different projects during the week, and then also get to do fun things too, and they get to meet different professionals as well, which I think is really special for the students.
For sure. And Michelle, how has the workshop changed since it started here at the university?
Well, back in the day when it started, there were, students were learning more in a classroom atmosphere. So, so they were attending, listening to people talk. It wasn't quite as hands-on and participatory as it is right now. The participants who come are working in the labs, and so they have, all of this equipment that's available to them. We are very multimedia focused in our workshop, and so we have a variety of classes ranging from graphic design to photography, as well as a variety of writing classes, social media, broadcast journalism. Students get to do a lot of different kinds of things, and the class that they choose is really a workshop style where they are going out and doing gathering information and doing the work and going into the classroom, working on computers, writing, or taking photos and editing and broadcast. They do it in the studio right here, and throughout the week they work on a broadcast that we then show to the entire workshop on the last day.
And I'm guessing they work with students who are specialized in those specific areas and get to learn from them, like journalism students here at Iowa?
No, they're actually learning from the professors.
Oh, wow.
So Angie and Tim are teaching the broadcast journalism class. Kevin Ripka, Professor Ripka, teaches our graphic design class. Aaron Jordan teaches the investigative journalism class. Ty Rushing teaches personal storytelling. So they're actually learning from, professors.
Fantastic.
And then we have a professional photographer who teaches photography class. So so they're either learning from professors or people who are professionals in the field. And it's a great opportunity for these students to take a deep dive into a subject area that they're interested in. They get to have fun because they're not getting graded, but they get to learn a lot. There's a ton packed into the week that they're here.
I definitely wish I knew about this when I was figuring out where I wanted to go to college. It was very out of sight, out of mind when I was, a junior. I was just starting to dip in. But for people who know what they want to do or know that they want to come to Iowa, it's so cool to be able to really learn before you're even in college.
Yeah.
And get to work on your own work. It just puts you so much more ahead.
And to see what it's like, especially knowing that these professors are teaching it, it gives you such a good opportunity to, I've had those professors. You're going to have those professors. So what a great way just to get to know the school and the university and see what the journalism program has to offer. For sure.
Adam Kempenaar teaches digital sports storytelling, and in the last year the class did they sort of did a launch of the new men's basketball coach for the Hawkeyes, and so they got to talk to some people from Hawkeye Athletics and see what it would do their own sort of practice of what it would be like to promote, this new coach and talk about it and do some, different projects involved with that. and I'm not sure what Adam has in store for this summer, but I know it'll be great because he's such a good teacher. So like all different kinds of opportunities for these students.
We need to get Charles Monroe in on this.
Yes,
I feel like
we
he
do.
would get everybody to come to Iowa. He just has that effect. But Erin, what were some of your favorite events or activities that you got to lead or be a part of?
Yeah, so actually in the evening we do a lot of different like fun just activities that students can participate in. My favorite is the craft night because I'm a huge crafter. So we actually did that for the first time last year. So we had friendship bracelets, like little clay, like dry clay stuff. So that's really fun. But they also get to like go downtown to like see Iowa City. They get to have like a pool day over at the rec and a lot of different, on top of like being able to do like the field trips too, which I think is really cool for the students.
For sure. And just to kind of wrap up, what's something that you guys hope to see this program either grow as or turn into or expand in the future?
Well, one of the things that we're working on right now is doing a digital photography class that's virtual and online. So Alex Scott is actually putting together the curriculum for that class, and we're planning on launching it in the summer after the workshop's completed. So students who maybe don't have the chance to come to campus or would like to, maybe they've done a class here, but they'd like to take another one, they can do it during the school year. So that's something that we're working on, and we can see potentially growing into other areas. But our first opportunity will be doing a photography class that students will be able to use their own phone camera to participate in, so they won't have to have some special equipment. They can do it from home, and it will be, a great opportunity to work with Alex on, learning photography. So.
For sure. And when is the workshop this summer?
It's July 12th to the 16th. So it starts on Sunday, ends on Thursday.
Awesome.
And our registration closes in early June, mid-June, I think.
You have a lot of time.
Yeah. So it's open right now, but I highly encourage students to check it out. We also, our scholarship application process is open right now. So if you go to the website, it's it's workshops.journalism.uiowa.edu. If you know a student who might be interested in it, I would say send them there. But they can easily find the scholarship application on there and learn about more details about the workshops. They can see the work that students have done in the past because it's posted on the website as well. So, I'd highly encourage people to check it out.
Well, thank you, Michelle and Erin, for coming in and educating us about this amazing opportunity for students that aren't even here yet.
Thank you guys for your time, and be sure to scan the QR code to donate so that we can make this happen. And you guys are incredible. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to toss it to Hot Takes for Hot Cakes Part 2.
Liz, what's your hot take?
I don't like mac and cheese.
Okay, now that's absurd. I mean, mac and cheese is like the greatest pasta.
Too cheesy. I mean,
It's too cheesy. It's called mac and cheese, and it's too cheesy.
too cheesy. Just a little bit too cheesy. Like me, I'm pretty cheesy.
That's funny. Okay, well, like, why would you complain? Out of all the things that mac and cheese has, why would you complain that it's too cheesy? It's literally called mac and cheese.
I grew up eating too much mac and cheese. I worked at Panera. I just have had a little bit too much mac and cheese, so it's a little too much for me now, and it's just not my favorite anymore. I think I got sick of it.
I mean, fair enough if you're exposed to it and having a lot. Do you ever just have like the Kraft mac and cheese at home, like the little boxes?
Kraft is just big thumbs down, but also
You know, like Kraft mac and cheese?
not really. Cottage cheese. Cottage cheese is good. That's my hot take. Kayla agrees.
I mean, cottage cheese is not bad, but I just feel like mac and cheese is up there. Like, okay, do you like other pastas?
I love pasta, yes. I like cottage cheese. I like other cheeses, but mac and cheese it's a little too cheesy for me. I can't do mac and cheese anymore.
Out of all the pastas, it is the number one. That's a little bit insane.
I can't do it anymore.
You never like
Wow, look at how good that looks. Look at how good that looks. Let's
the white pancake.
look at how good that looks.
What's a white pancake?
Are we done?
We can end if you want.
I don't know how to make pancakes.
That's okay. We'll figure it out. Hot take. Hot take. You should probably know how to make pancakes. What's something you hate? Start listing things you hate. That'll.
You.
Okay. Well, I mean, the feeling's mutual, so it's all good.
Thank you.
So Sam, tell me, who should pay on the first date?
It should be 50-50 on the first date. Well, like, I feel like if it's like a first date, like, I would feel bad making him pay and then never texting him back.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
When do I flip it?
See, I just feel like it's at least like if I did 50-50, my dad would be very disappointed. I just feel like it's like natured for like the guy to pay on the first date always, because it's just like a gentlemanly thing to do. Same thing with like holding the door and like opening the car door. And honestly, if those things aren't wanted by the women, they don't have to happen then. But like as a standard, I feel like they should.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up an only child, so I don't really depend on that many people.
Hot take, why are we in VCD?
It should not be a class.
Yes. And that's not one I'm gonna challenge.
I don't think it should be a class. I think it should be a seminar. And I think that Kevin Ripko should make it easier. Hi, Kevin. Please, Ripko, please make it easier. Two people were arguing about Kevin Ripko's class, saying that like it was a really bad class, and I fell asleep to them arguing. So obviously they didn't have valid points.
Right. They didn't have any valid points.
Not gonna say who it was, but they know who they are.
I mean, I'm here with Ryan. Ryan, what's your hot take?
Cereal with water instead of milk.
I've actually seen this firsthand. That is, yeah. What is wrong with you? First, that's my question. First of all, what is wrong with you?
Every single person says that to me when I bring it up, and honestly,
I wonder why.
I mean, Kayla behind the camera, her jaw is open.
That's crazy.
It's like, if you think about water, doesn't taste like anything, right? Everyone's like, water does not have a taste. So I don't like the taste of milk. I still want my cereal to have that kind of like, I guess, go down easier than dry cereal. So with water instead of milk.
Yeah, but like, listen, yes, it's still a liquid, but like it's different texture-wise, right? Like I just feel like milk has a different flavor than water, so there's a certain mix that it has with cereal that actually makes it good versus just water. It's just ice cold nothing, essentially. You're true, it doesn't have a taste, but that's the whole point of why it's bad.
I feel like water is gonna bring out the cereal flavor more so than the milk would, right? Like water, pure cereal flavor is when it's with water.
That's insanity. I mean, but you just eat it dry at that point. Like out of the box then.
I could. I think dry cereal is more of like snacking, but when you actually want to have a bowl of cereal, you kind of want it to actually have like the water in it.
I mean, that's just insanity. Like genuinely. How disgusting that looks, by the way, because the water just changes color to the cereal. So you're essentially just, it looks like you're drinking like poison, like just some bad stew that like the witch just brewed up. You know what I mean? I can't lie as much as I want to be like, hot take, those suck. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good pancakes. Now, I recommend that you get a nice glass of milk. Let's wash that all down. No water. We need a little bit less water in your diet if you're having it every time you drink.
I'm just extra hydrated.
You have cereal. You know, milk hydrates you too. So.
Hello everyone, welcome back to One Day for Iowa. Let's check back in with the thermometer for the last time on our live stream here today. We are currently at $6,102 raised for our journalism program. Again, thank you guys so much for your generous donation. Every donation counts, and it doesn't just end at the end of the live stream. It goes on throughout the entire day. Remember, our goal here is the $10,000 mark. Every donation counts for students like us here today and the entire journalism program. And DITV's very own Hannah Fideli said that if we get to the 10,000 mark, we'll do a DITV sing-along, maybe get some Christmas carols in. I know we're only in March, guys, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. So,
Seasons of Love from Rent.
Seasons of Love from Rent, I have no idea what that is, but continue to donate. Remember, $10,000 is the mark. We're at $6,102. All your donations, seriously, we appreciate it. Continue to scan the QR code and use hashtag OneDayForIowa. Thank you, guys.
Hello, welcome to the student.
Sam.
We're the peer mentors here.
And we're going to show you around the Student Center today. So right when you walk in, we've got our lovely front desk here with all of our textbooks right back on those shelves. So if you find that you need a textbook for one of your classes but don't want to spend $60, you can totally just check one out for about 2 hours and kind of get what you need out of it.
Okay, and here's one of our next areas, probably a favorite for students. So this is our little tea, coffee, and snack area. It's free for all students to use, and you can check out a mug or bring your own reusable one and take any coffee or tea or snacks that you want.
So over here we have all of our student publications. Just a couple to name. We've got Venus Magazine, Wilder Things, Earthwords. These are just all publications that are completely run by students, and they've got their copies here for you to take. So if you're interested in looking through any of these or potentially joining one, all the info is here and you are free to totally take one of these.
And this is probably one of the best, is the best view on campus. You can see all of Hubbard Park, Old Cap, and it's honestly just so fun to people watching, get story ideas, just sitting here, you feel inspired. It's really nice.
And right over here, we've got a shelf full of just an array of different publications. Whether you need to check something out for a class, or maybe you're just leisurely reading, interested in whatever's going on in the different news publications, we've got everything you could think of right here for you, ready to read. Just a couple to name. We've got National Geographic, different local newspapers, tons of different stuff. So whatever you're looking for, we've probably got it.
Now, this, in my opinion, is one of the most useful places in the Student Center as a student. This is the Mac Lab. We have 19 Mac computers here, enough for all the students you can think of to use for class. We have the Adobe Creative Cloud Suite, so Premiere Pro, Photoshop, After Effects, anything you could need for class we have here, so you don't have to buy it at home. You got it right here for you. And if you just honestly need to use a Mac for the software, this is one of the only places on campus that has Mac computers and has a lot of them.
And each computer is equipped with all of your plugins, so your SD card, USB-C, USB, anything to plug in your external hard drive. Every Mac is equipped with all of that.
Here's our lovely printer that all of the SJMC students have access to. It's super nice and super convenient. You don't have to go anywhere else on campus, and you can print from your personal laptop or from the Macs. Super nice to have, especially if you're running up on a deadline and you need it quick.
And another really cool thing that our Student Center has is actually Conference Center that you will be able to check out whenever you want. So whether you're holding a meeting or maybe you're doing a Zoom interview or a Teams interview and you need a quiet place, we've got you covered. You can check out a time slot over at the front desk, and this will be yours. And over here, we've got some of our lovely SJMC staff offices. Right here, we've got Michelle Sillen's office. She is our lovely internship and placement coordinator. So any internship or placement questions that you may have, she's your gal. If you need someone to look over your resume, your portfolio, any networking opportunities that you're seeking, Michelle's your person.
And over here we have John Johnson. He is the academic advisor for all the SJMC students. So he knows everything about what you need to graduate and what track you're going to be on, and is super helpful when you're super stressed out about making sure that you're going to graduate on time, like some of us. And we'll answer any question pretty much any time of day. Just come in, make an appointment, or email. And one of the coolest places, in my opinion, in the Student Center is a fully functioning podcast studio. Oh my gosh, Sam, hey, what are you doing?
Hey, Hannah. I was actually just recording my podcast. Yeah, because we have a full functioning podcast studio here in the SJMC Student Center. So full padding, full equipment, everything, like soundproofing, everything you could need, soundboard, it's all right here. So if you want to start the next trending podcast, this is your place.
And our last stop on the tour is Jake's office. Now, Jake is the Student Success and Engagement Coordinator for the University of Iowa School of Journalism and Mass Communication.
So Jake is just a friendly face that's always around here in the Student Center, always down to help with whatever questions you may have, whether it's equipment-based or software-based. Jake's always here to help. Jake also does a great job managing our social media pages, so make sure to go check all of those out.
Yeah, follow us at the handle at
uiowa_SJMC to keep up with whatever we're doing here and looking for events or what students are doing internship or job-wise. It's a pretty cool place. Check it out.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
This has been a lovely tour, and we'll see you next time.
And welcome back to our One Day for Iowa Telethon. I'm very excited for these special guests because now, as you can see, there's 2 QR codes on the board. We got one for SJMC and one for event management. I myself am an event management certificate student, and I've absolutely loved the program. And Heather Spangler, our fearless leader, she's wonderful. And Jake Mayer, who is also a very key component to the event management certificate program. Congratulations, 10 years of event management, which is so exciting. Heather, do you want to talk a little bit about what you've done all year to celebrate? I know you've hosted little get-togethers and parties.
Yeah, you know, the certificate, this is so corny, but it's literally a dream come true. Like, I had a dream about this about 10 years ago. I was teaching one event class, and I was like, you know what, this is so fun. I wish we could do a lot more. And so we created this program, and 10 years flew by. And we've had the best students like you, Grace.
Thanks.
We've done so many fun things. We've had so many events. And then this year we got to kind of celebrate ourselves, which we don't do. We're behind the scenes people. And so it was really fun. We did a tailgate at homecoming time and invited alumni back. We celebrated at December graduation time. And One Day for Iowa, we're turning it into a birthday party for us. So
Yeah, and as you guys should, I always say that the event management certificate is like one of my favorite parts of being a student here. Like my experience at Iowa, we've gotten to do some really, really cool things. Heather teaches some incredible classes, and I feel like the entire faculty for event management is so awesome, just top tier. So if anyone's interested, I highly recommend that you do, even if you're not a certificate, you can still take the classes, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, open to anyone. It's a great opportunity. And kind of speaking on that, it's 10 years, but how has it evolved since it first started?
Yeah, so when we started, we really didn't know how it would go. We thought it was a good idea, and we knew there was some student interest. That one class I was teaching was really popular. And so we set a goal, you know, within 5 years, we want to reach 100 students. And we reached 100 students within one semester.
Wow.
And now we have more than 300 students, which makes us one of the larger programs on campus, just in general, and the largest certificate.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So how did the opportunity for students to get some behind the scenes, sorry, let me rephrase. I know you're going to a festival this year, one of the biggest music festivals in the country. So how did you get the opportunity to send students to Coachella?
Yes, so we do a field trip every semester. In the fall, we usually stay pretty local and keep it really affordable or free so that everybody can get on board and join us on our road trip. And then in the spring, we usually blow it up a little bit. And this spring, we're going all in, and we're going to Los Angeles. And a prime stop on our tour there is the Coachella Festival. So we had, you know, events are all about networking. I tell Grace this all the time. And so someone within my professional network works for the Coachella Festival. And so they were able to provide behind the scenes access to our students. So we'll get there, we'll get to like do a little golf cart tour of what's what and behind the scenes and talk to different team members who help put on different facets of the festival. So it'll be really fun.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I
can't wait.
When she told me about it, I'm like, there's no way that's a joke. Like, there's no way we're going to Coachella for class.
Yeah,
She's
no.
like, yeah, girl, I am.
It's so awesome.
It's so
I
cool.
can't wait. But Jake, tell us a little bit about how you've woven in this event management certificate with the journalism side of things, because I feel like when you look at it from the outside, like they don't, I guess they go hand in hand, but you guys have done a really great job of merging them together.
Yeah, so the event management certificate is housed in the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, as well as the nonprofit leadership certificate as well. And now the writing certificate is housed in the journalism school. So next year we'll probably have them on the show, honestly. So yeah, with how mass communication is and works, it's just a perfect pairing to have event management and journalism collaborating and working together. We do a lot of collaboration in social media, in our social media and our marketing. We like to highlight all of the work that they do in our newsletters. So it's kind of like a circle. We're always feeding into each other, constantly supporting each other and growing constantly. Like Heather mentioned, the largest certificate on campus and just growing. So it's a perfect pairing, and it works really well, helping to develop the event management students to being strong communicators and helping the journalism folks be better with events and managing these types of things.
Heather, could you tell us a little bit about Hinterland U?
Yes, so this will be a first-time opportunity for our program and for anyone to collaborate with Hinterland in this way. So Hinterland is a music festival that happens in rural Iowa just outside of Des Moines every summer. Brings some really big names.
Yeah, it's getting bigger.
It's getting
add
bigger.
like another day this year?
They did,
Yeah.
yep. So it'll start on Thursday this year. And we were approached by an organization called Festival University that partners with different universities around the country to bring their students to music festivals like South by Southwest, Lollapalooza, Bonnaroo. Hinterland, it's a story. Hinterland reached out to Festival University and said, we would like to do what you're doing here. Can you make that happen? And then they reached out to us to say, would you like to be our pilot program?
Yeah, and that sounds like such a great opportunity
Going
for
to 2
students.
festivals?
Yeah.
Because I feel like festivals are like such a big endeavor to go to. I've been to Lala the past like 5 summers, so I can't imagine putting one on and all the work that goes into that. So it's so amazing that students get to see all the people and all the resources and everything it takes to put on such a huge operation.
So we'll have behind the scenes access there too, just like Coachella. We'll see panel presentations from different groups of professionals who are doing all of that work to make the festival happen.
It's incredible. And this is a 6-week program, a 6-week class?
Yep, it's a 6-week summer class. Most of it is remote, and then we'll have the 1 week when we're in Des Moines on the festival grounds.
And students can still apply?
No, we had huge interest. We had more
Oh,
than
wow.
60 students apply for 16 spots.
Oh, wow.
So we're hoping that this goes really well, and then we'll be able to offer it again in future summers.
Yeah. I saw Jake, you had a thought.
I'm really excited because I will be attending with the team,
Yeah.
and I will be capturing the behind the scenes of the behind the scenes.
That's cool. Oh, cool.
So yeah, we'll have a lot of content coming out about that with the exciting things that they're doing, and just get a little little glimpse into what
Yeah.
this class will be like for these students.
It's so cool.
Well, before we go, I just wanted to say the donations, scanning this QR code really lowers the cost for a lot of this stuff. I know the Coachella field trip was a huge, is a huge endeavor, and already the cost was a lot lower than I initially thought because of the donation, so it really does make a difference. So thank you guys for telling us about it, and be sure to scan the QR code so that these costs can lower for students and they can have these incredible opportunities.
Yes, thank you for coming on, Heather and Jake. And we're going to toss it to another video to see some of our alumni.
Hi, my name is Clayton Sampson. I graduated from the University of Iowa School of Journalism and Mass Communication in December of 2017. Right now, currently for my job, I am the Knoxville News Director for KNIA Carol S Radio here in Knoxville, Iowa. I also do sports play-by-play for several area high schools along with one college in the area and cover all things news related for Knoxville. We have several different stations as well as part of KNIA Carol S, but I cover the Knoxville news side of things. My experience at the School of Journalism and Mass Communication in Iowa was incredibly rewarding, and I took away so many tools from there that I still use today, and I made so many great contacts and relationships at the School of Journalism that I still utilize and help in my professional career right now. You know, it was just an incredibly rewarding experience. Still, almost on a weekly basis, I am taking things that I learned from a class I took at the University of Iowa in the School of Journalism, and I'm utilizing in the work that I'm doing on the day-to-day basis here at the radio station. You know, the professors and instructors and even students there at the journalism school, you know, they understand what it takes to work in this career field. They understand what this job consists of, and they really are able to develop their classes and develop, you know, their instruction in their different classes to be able to build hands-on experiences that we can really take away, us that are utilizing those today in our field of work, and really able to implement them into our career. And also what the School of Journalism really taught me was, you know, it gave me a knowledge and gave me an understanding that this is the career field that I wanted to work in, and I've been able to build a successful career here in the radio industry, and I attribute a huge majority of that to the University of Iowa School of Journalism and Mass Communication. And ways, my encouragement for you to support the School of Journalism and Mass Communication is just understand that, these are the future storytellers of our country and our local communities. These are the people that are getting the word out. These are the people that are sharing the stories of important things happening. And it is absolutely vital to support such an amazing journalism school and all they do for many, many graduates who are successful in the media and news and communications industry.
Hi, I'm Maximilian Mongrese, and I graduated from the School of Journalism and Mass Communications at the University of Iowa in 2024. Now, I work at University of Iowa Healthcare as a creative media developer. As a creative media developer, I create, shoot, film, and edit long-form and short-form ads for University of Iowa hospitals and clinics. The School of Journalism and Mass Communication means the world to me. It gave me great, real, hands-on experience while I was still an undergraduate student at the University of Iowa. As an alumni, I believe that it is imperative that you support the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Iowa. Please support SJMC. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Maura DeChico. I graduated in May of 2025 and I am currently a freelance editor for podcast and long-form videos. And my experience at SJMC was really wonderful. I was able to get real-world experience and build connections that helped me start my freelance career, as well as learning how to operate in a professional setting, and that helped me gain connections outside of the journalism school as well. If you're a student like me, I really relied on scholarships to attend college and gain the experiences that I did. So supporting us, donating to us allows plenty of students to get a higher level of education, but it also allows us to get that real world experience. For example, I had the privilege to study abroad and I was able to translate a documentary and live abroad and see what it was like to work in another country. So please consider supporting us for One Day for Iowa, and I know that SJMC really appreciates it. Thank you.
Hey Hawkeyes, I'm Katie Wilcox and I graduated from the University of Iowa in 2014. Now I'm working at Arizona State University. I'm a professor of practice and investigative reporter. My investigative reporting actually started when I was a student at the University of Iowa. I did Daily Iowan TV and Iowa Watch, which is now part of Investigate Midwest. I also worked for KRUI and even wrote columns for the Daily Iowan for a little while. I remember my teachers at the University of Iowa teaching me what it means to be curious and how to be that fourth estate, that check and balance that only an independent journalist can really be on our government and to help hold people accountable. It wasn't just about the skills, it was about the values. And all those things mattered when I was an undergraduate, but they matter even more for you today. The best advice I can give is to seek out advice from your instructors. Find the ways that you can give back to your community as a journalist, to be that voice for the voiceless, and build trust in your communities. That's what the University of Iowa School of Journalism and Mass Communication gave to me, and that's why it's so important to give back. In Phoenix, Katie Wilcox, University of Iowa, class of 2014. Go Hawks.
Well, hello and welcome back to One Day for Iowa, and well, hello and welcome back to Around the World in 80 Stays. My name is Sean Keene. I host a podcast here through SJMC and also international programs called Around the World in 80 Stays, where I come and I talk to different people, different students at the University of Iowa who have studied and interned abroad and who are willing to share their experiences, because it's a great thing to be able to study abroad. It's a life-changing experience. It's a perspective-changing experience, and I want to be able to continue giving that to everyone here at the University of Iowa. So I have 3 guests here with me today, and yes, believe it or not, Grace is a guest with us. She is a longtime friend of the show. I'm going to let all of our guests introduce themselves and where they studied.
Yeah, I'm Grace. I have been here all day, but it was also on Sean's podcast. I interned abroad in Rome last summer, and it was the best 8 weeks of my life.
I studied abroad in Valladolid, Spain. Shout out to the Spanish department. I had a wonderful time, wonderful experience, and again, it was one of the best 6 weeks of my life.
Hi, my name is Lucy Hernandez. I interned abroad in Tokyo, Japan.
So this is Jonathan Creech, everyone, by the way. But yes, shout outs to the Spanish department and to all the other departments who are being represented here today, and shout outs to everyone who is donating. But I want to start with just why you guys studied abroad. What was your impetus for studying abroad? Because people always come at it from different angles, and I want to be able to bring that to everyone here, just why. And Grace, how about you start us off, especially as a journalist, as we're doing this for SJMC?
I always wanted to go abroad, but I also knew I needed to have an internship under my belt. So the university has this great program where you can not only go abroad and live abroad, but you can also intern abroad in an English-speaking placement. So my family is Italian, so I knew I wanted to go back to Italy, but I don't speak Italian, so I was like, oh, I need to find something that's English-speaking, and I got a great opportunity, and I got to learn from so many new perspectives, which was my goal. So I really feel like studying abroad was the best decision I could have made.
Yeah, I was actually a little different. I didn't know that I wanted to study abroad until about the semester before it. There was a ton of great opportunities, and after Sean kind of pushed me, persuaded me, and it was a wonderful decision. I had an absolutely wonderful time, learned a lot, got to strengthen my cultural perspective, as Sean touched on earlier, and really just became a better Spanish speaker, which was the goal of my study abroad experience.
And Lucy, before we get to you real quick, Jonathan, I just want to ask you, and Lucy, I'll ask you the same question. You guys, Jonathan, you are in finance, you are in Tippy, you have a very rigid schedule. Lucy, with your being in STEM and Medfield, having a very rigid schedule. How were you guys able to fit that in when you were thinking about studying abroad? Lucy, you can start first since I kind of interrupted your start there.
Well, honestly, I didn't think I was ever going to study abroad. I'm a transfer student. I actually didn't know that was available to me. But looking into it, I also knew that I did not want to be gone for a whole semester. And I learned that there's a 8-week internship program, which I thought was perfect. Being there for 2 months in the summer was just kind of the perfect amount of time. I was able to come back to school on campus. But yeah.
Jonathan, what about you with trying to fit it into all of your Tippy courses and requirements?
Yeah, my experience was pretty similar. So because it was over the summer, it didn't disrupt any of my typical semester, fall or spring. So it actually helped me rather than hurt me, because I was able to get some of the Spanish credits under my belt. As Sean touched on, there's a lot of credits that I need to be both a finance and accounting major. So being able to study abroad helped me so much more, just to knock out parts to the Spanish minor as well.
So normally what I like to do is I like to kind of continue walking along the path of how people got there, what they were thinking when they got there. But we're a little short on time, so I want to jump into the fun parts of studying abroad. Let's talk about just, crazy stories within the places that you guys were. And they don't have to be crazy and like, whoa, but they can have some life-changing stories as well. And so I think I would like to start with just one, just to kind of, set the tone, put it out there, and then we can all go around and share each other's experiences. And also, I'm guiding and leading, but as you guys know, you've all been on the show before. If you want to say something, if you want to move into any one of these, feel free to do it. But my story was when I was in Santiago, Chile. I studied there for a semester. I took a trip to Lima, Peru. I had never been to Peru before, and I was like, well, let me see what's going on around there. And let's flash back to my first semester freshman year. I was taking a Spanish class. Once again, shout out the Spanish department. And in the class, we had to do a kind of like a review or like a writing of a museum. We were assigned a museum within Latin America. We had to write about it. And then what we had to do was we had to go to the museum's restaurant menu, pick out what we wanted to eat, write about, what looked most interesting, and then we had to put that into the paper. So I got assigned some random museum, and I looked at the food, and I was like, yeah, this looks good. And then I did the assignment, didn't even think about it. I'm never going to do that. We go forward a year later, I'm about to go into Lima, and I'm looking at stuff to do. I love museums. I'm a big museum guy. I'm super big nerd when it comes to that. And I see this one museum. I'm like, man, why is this museum so familiar? To my knowledge, I've never seen it before. And I see that they have a restaurant on their website. And I'm like, oh, shoot. Wait, let me look. And I click it, and I see the menu, and it's the same thing. I'm like, oh, my gosh. I never thought I would have the opportunity to do this. So I get to Lima, I go down, I go to the museum. The museum is wonderful. It's the Museo del Arco. It's an anthropology museum. It is one of the best museums I have ever been to. And I go through and I'm like, well, you know what? I'm hungry. Let's go eat. And so I went into the museum restaurant. I knew exactly what they were like. Do you need a moment with your food? I said, I already got it. I've been on this a year in advance. I got the food, and I got like just the whole setting, and being able to sit there and to realize something that I had written about, thought, I'm never gonna ever be able to have the opportunity of this. And just a year later, putting myself in these positions to do it, it was such a good meal too. Oh my gosh, it was so good. And I wrote to that professor. I don't really have a relationship with this professor, just post that class. And I wrote to that professor and I said, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I just wanted to let you know that like this assignment that you did, this random assignment, put me in the position to do what I'm doing right now and to enjoy this experience even more. And she wrote me back, but that was a wonderful full circle moment for me. And that to me is the power that study abroad can bring, and some of the openings that study abroad can bring. And if you really take everything as a learning experience and realize you have a lot of steps that have brought you to this moment, that's what study abroad can do for you. So that was long-winded and that was more heavy-hitting, but I want to bring it to you guys. What are some stories from your study abroad experiences that you want to share? And anyone can go. And if you need to take a sec, I can keep going too. It's okay, but
I can start. I got to intern at Vatican News in Rome, and that was right after when the new Pope was elected. And like I said before, my family comes from a really small town in Italy. And so for me personally, that was just super special. I got to witness the culture, be a part of the culture. And I might be biased, but I just think Italy is one of the most welcoming places I've ever been. I love the people, I love the food, the culture. But getting to witness something like that with the new Pope being elected and seeing the people come together as a community was really unique, and I'm never gonna get to witness that again. That's just never gonna happen. I made so many friends at Vatican News that I still keep in touch with today. I got to publish articles. I got to interview the guy that plays Jesus in The Chosen. Like, I got to do so many things that I never would have ever thought I got to do. But
she got the qualifications from Christ himself.
Yeah, I had literally got to interview
one.
Jesus, which was so wild. But this isn't really a story, but I guess the greatest friends that I have ever had have come from that 8 weeks. I didn't know them. Some of them went to Iowa, some of them didn't. But besides my friends on campus, those are my go-to people. And we have visited each other 4 times. Like, people flown on planes to go visit each other 4 times in less than a year. And and one of them had never even considered Iowa before and is now coming here for grad school because of study abroad, because he met us, because he, so.
Shout outs to the grad school, college.
So I just think like not studying abroad is like when people are considering it, I'm going to tell you that you need to do it. Like, it's not just you should, it changed my life. It seriously did. And I really think everyone. Now I'm like heavily considering taking a job overseas after I graduate because of this opportunity. So that's kind of my story.
Do internships, meet Christ, change the world. That right. Jonathan, Lucy, what do you guys have for us?
Yeah, I could take it away next. So I didn't have exactly a full circle moment like Sean, but I did have a pretty wild experience myself. So I was in Valladolid and I was going to visit Valencia for the weekend. We had an extended weekend. Now, I could have had a direct train all the way to Valencia, but I decided to be a little bit economical and take a connecting train. Now, Sean, you may know, but Madrid is one of the most intense, chaotic train stations, maybe in the world, I've heard. And this was in a foreign language for me. So at the time, I thought it was a great idea to save some money. In the moment, it may not have been. So I got out and I was kind of asking for directions, like, ¿Dónde está? Where is this train? And kind of like showing them my phone. They told me to like go up some flights of stairs, take a right, whole bunch of crazy directions. I eventually got it done, made the train on time, and now it's a fun story that I have looking back upon, and one that causes me, I don't know, a lot of joy, but a lot of suffering maybe in the moment. So.
I have a unique experience. I don't know any Japanese. I did intern in Tokyo, Japan. I never even considered, any Asian country, but I saw that Tokyo was an option to pick, and I went with it. Like I said, I don't know any Japanese. I did struggle at first. The the train stations are hectic. Our internship, so my ride to my internship to work was a 2-train ride, so I would have to get up really early in the morning, get to work on time. I would be squished. I don't know if anyone has seen those videos on TikTok or Facebook about how squished those trains get, but it's real, and it's something I won't forget.
Did you have to like get into like your boxing stance so you could get enough space to breathe?
Yes, and sometimes those trains get really bumpy, so you will fall. I did fall only one time, and that was probably the most embarrassing thing of my life, but you know, it's in a whole different country, so you know, it's fine. But I got that experience of, I come from a small town, so going to Tokyo, one of the biggest cities in the world, was definitely a life-changing event, and I would recommend interning or studying abroad to anyone that's even thinking about it.
Well, Lucy, I'm going to keep you with that one because you brought up a good point. First of all, if you can navigate public transit in a different country where you don't speak the language, you can do anything. I think all of us can speak to that. That is all of the reels that you see of that, it's 100% true, and once you have that feeling, it's amazing. But Lucy, like you said, you know, being from a smaller Iowa and then going to literally the biggest city in the world, and for all of you guys too, in just a place that's so different, what was the culture shock like for you? Because I think that's something that really scares a lot of people when they want to try to go abroad, is the culture shock. So I'll start with you again.
So what was shocking for me, I mean, I've always kind of seen Japan to be very clean and like very much, they have their things together, as in like when it comes to walking or going up an escalator. But when it comes to like walking, they walk in one way, the other people going the other way. You don't, like, it's just so amazing to see how easy it was to like navigate myself through that big city because everyone knows how to move. I did have to adapt really quickly because they walk really quickly. But it was just a different experience because here in Iowa, you know, I don't have to ride a train. I have ridden a train before, but it was just something that was an amazing experience. And would I do it again? Yes, but it's something that I won't ever forget.
So you deal with trains or you don't go on trains in Iowa, but instead you have to deal with slow walkers. Because we all know about them walkers on campus. Come on now. So Japan sounds like a dream when it comes to that. I got places I gotta be. Jonathan, talk about your culture shock moments.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was exactly a shock, but definitely within the first day, the first week, there were a lot of adjustments that I had to make. Like, we eat dinner so late in Spain. It's typical like 11 p.m. That's a typical bedtime here, you know, in Iowa City, US, but that is dinner time in Spain. And also no breakfast. That was a huge adjustment for me. So I would have a late dinner, no breakfast, go off to classes, and then have my first meal as lunch. While here I typically eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it's a lot of small things, but it definitely does add up, and I'm very grateful that I got to experience and try out a different lifestyle and incorporate that here now as well sometimes.
Grace, what about you?
Yeah, we had to take a culture class on top of our internship in Rome, and our advisor, who is lovely, told us that they have a slogan in Italy, La Dolce Vita, which means the sweet life. And I know that they move a little slower there, but when I tell you they move slow, like nothing is rushed. Everything is slow, and I am a very fast-paced individual, and so
you're doing this today. Like, we got to get it
yeah,
done. We
like
gotta get
nothing.
The time right.
There's no time constraints. Everybody's late to everything. Dinners are 3 hours long. So at first, I was really taken aback, and I was like, "Oh man, this is not my cup of tea." But I grew to really love it, and especially at if Italy moves slow, the Vatican moves like anciently slow. Like they told me they had typewriters, like they were typing on typewriters till like the 90s there. Like they are very behind, very slow.
But they're on God's time.
Yeah, like they just don't care because they have no competition. They are the Vatican News, so they can do and publish whenever and whatever they want. But it was kind of nice having that change of pace, and I mean, I got to travel everywhere, and everywhere was that way in Europe. It's just slower. And Spain is slower, and it's kind of a nice change of pace.
Yeah, the slowness, like the malleability of time, once you step out of the U.S. is so apparent. I don't know how malleable was it for you, because like in Japan, you know, you got to be like efficient, like they just are efficient, but was there that like rush, or could you still feel that there was like the fluidity?
Yeah, no, I felt rushed all the time. I'm a slow walker, sorry, but it was really hot and humid there when I went, and I was trying to not sweat so much so I didn't end up like all sweaty at work. But yeah, I had to, you know, pick up the pace most of the time. But you know, that's kind of how they are, and I was gonna adapt to what they're used to, and if I had to walk faster, I was gonna walk faster.
They ain't gonna get in the way. So Grace, you were talking about 3-hour-long dinners. Let's talk about food, because I always like to bring in food to these. I already shared kind of my food story, but let's talk some just, you know, fun food, some crazy food. What were you guys eating over there?
Carbs. I ate a lot of carbs. I like literally my group would always take so long to pick where to eat, but every single restaurant's the exact same menu in Rome. There's no variety. It's pizza and pasta. It's delicious, but like if you want something else, you're sorry. Like you can't get that. Someone tried like door dashing like a Mexican. It was so bad. Like you just can't really like have that. But we got our variety on the weekends and we like went to other places. But I didn't really eat anything that was like, they love anchovies. That was kind of a shock. It's kind of gross. Like I don't like anchovies on pizza and pizza sauce, but nothing I ate was too like out of the ordinary. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. I never had anything that I'd consider super crazy. I did have my host mom, so I lived with a host mom during my stay. She once made us like a fish with all the bone in it, and I've never had that before. It's like I was eating the bone, like not swallowing, but I had to like pick it out of my mouth. It was a huge mess, and she was kind of laughing at me a little bit, but I guess that kind of goes back to the culture shock and like getting used to that. But that was probably the most interesting thing that I ate there.
They're already giving you your toothpicks.
That's right. Yeah, built in.
The most interesting thing for me was experiencing those convenience stores like 7-Eleven, Lawson's. Those were, I was there every day, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. They had literally everything that you see like on TikTok or Reels or anything about those like weird and cool foods. They were there, and I missed so many of those foods. They had like sushi, they had, you know, sushi. They had just literally everything that you see on those videos was in there, and I went crazy for a lot. Like I was going to eat everything because I knew I wasn't going to be back for who knows when. So
did you ever get in on those like vending machines that have literal meals in them? You ever get in on that action?
I did not, but I found a vending machine that had like it was orange juice, and it like squeezed the orange right in front of you, and like it was like really cool, and it was really good too. And it was like on the street somewhere. So, and that's like another thing. There's vending machines literally every corner. I don't know who goes and stocks those at like the ones in the middle of nowhere, but they're in every corner.
I want that so bad sometimes, because I've seen like, you know, the Reels and the TikToks of just like, here's a whole entire meal that you can just stick a coin in a vending machine, boom, hot, like right there. I love La Dolce Vita. I love like sitting for the 3-hour kind of thing. But if I can get a bowl of udon in 5 seconds out of a vending machine,
1000% agree. It's a way better use of time. I agree.
I need that. So I'll bring in a couple food stories of my own. I don't want to say that I'm like a super adventurous eater. Like I've got some boundaries, but if the opportunity's there, we can have some fun with it, because when else am I going to be able to eat this stuff? So when I was in Chile, I had llama steak. I knew that you could get it. I just didn't know where to find it. And when I found it, it was really good. It was like lamb, but it was very brown. You can't really see, but like for all of you here, it's like the tile color. It wasn't like a cooked brown. It was like that tile color of brown, but it was fine. I didn't die. So llama steak was cool. And then when I was in Spain, I was up in Galicia. I don't know if you ever went to Galicia. Northwest Spain, right above Portugal. They're known for octopus. And like, I don't mind the concept of eating octopus, but also like, it's the concept of eating octopus. So I'm kind of like, what is this gonna entail? And they were like, you gotta try this dish. It's our famous octopus, and it's with cheese. I'm like, I don't know if I would put cheese on octopus either. So I'm served a tentacle as big as my shoe, covered in cheese and some saffron powder. I'm like, this is gonna go one of two ways. This is gonna be amazing, or I'm gonna chuck this thing back in the sea. And I was eating it, and it was surprisingly really good. And you know, if you just block out the fact I'm eating something that has cheese on it, not the fact I'm eating an octopus with it. But I'm going through it, and about halfway, I had to stop because it was so salty. I thought I was gonna dry my stomach out. And I told them, I was like, look, I'm an American. I know what it's like to eat salt, but my God. And yeah, didn't have that again. And then in Spain, I ate like a soup thing that ended up having pig ear in it. I did not know that there was pig ear. I was like, man, I ain't never had meat that was this chewy before. And then they told me afterwards that there was pig ear in it. I was like, that seems about right. So yeah, like I like going after those experiences, but it's always like a one-time thing, you know, because otherwise, if there's a good pasta place around, I'm gonna have the pasta. If I can get something from the vending machine, just as long as it's not an American food. If I can get the tapas, you know, I would kill for some tapas again. Like, I would prefer those when I'm eating. But I don't know how much time we have here, but I want to bring us to what is one thing that you learned maybe about yourself, about it within your study abroad things, but also just what is some advice that you want to give to people who are considering studying abroad?
Yeah, I can start. What I learned from my experience was that I'm able to adapt. That was kind of the goal, was to go to a country that I know nothing about, you know, only see on like the internet, and be able to adapt. I was able to adapt very quickly, even though it was, like I said, fast paced. But any advice that I would give would be to just go ahead and do it. You know, respect the culture. You know, kind of put yourself in their shoes, and you know, really just try your best to see what everyone else is doing, and then kind of just following what they're doing. That's the way I got through it.
Yeah, I could go second. I'd just like to second that you can do it, you can adapt, and most importantly, change can be a good thing, and you can really learn a lot about yourself by studying abroad. So I'd highly recommend it.
Absolutely, change can be a good thing, and there's a lot to learn about yourself whenever you do it. So Grace, if you want to bring us out with this one.
Yeah, I think one thing that I learned is that I can do it. I was really nervous at first, but that was the best decision I think I've ever made. And I would do it. I mean, my biggest regret is not doing it again and again and again. Like, I totally would if I could. And my biggest piece of advice would be just to say yes to every opportunity. If someone wants to go with you to, you know, a city for a day, just go. Like, why not? You never know what will come out of it. And, you know, be open to new friends, like I said. It was just wonderful. But thank you guys so much for being on. This was wonderful. Everyone tune into Sean's podcast, Around the World in 80 Stays. I'm assuming everybody's been on the pod. Yes. Okay, so you can learn more about everybody's experiences. But thank you guys for your time, and please donate so that we can have these amazing opportunities. Study abroad is once in a lifetime, and you'll never be in your 20s and able to, you know, travel around the world with some of your best friends. So stay tuned. We've got another short video, a little short break, and then we'll be right back.
Our journeys start here, in this most unique of places where we, like generations before us, find our voice, our meaning, where we add form to our highest ambitions, where we constantly redefine who we are. We need leaders, not followers, doers, not bystanders, believers, not cynics. But where do we find these new industrialists, these tellers of truth? At the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Iowa. For over 100 years, the school has nurtured creative disruptors, information pioneers, and truth revolutionaries who continue to help us to discover, define, and explain the world. From George Gallup in 1923 to the first master's degree awarded to a woman in the study of journalism, this tradition of innovation, imagination, and accomplishment provides us with a roadmap for the future inscribed with the highest ideals and boldest aspirations for our students, our faculty, and the world around us.
The best for me was working at the Daily Iowan. It was a wonderful experience for somebody coming from abroad and definitely life-changing.
I don't think I was a good advocate for myself until I went to Iowa, and I had some professors that said, you know, you need to advocate for yourself. If you don't know something, if you want to know more, you need to come to me and I'll help you do it. And they did.
The long Friday nights that I spent putting together shows and trying to get them out on the internet before our deadline, those are just memories that I have of working with a handful of people who were just as dedicated as I was.
Some of the most important people in my life I met in Iowa, and they were important to me because they taught me some basic things about humanity and about people that I still carry to this day.
I've got determination and drive, and I want to be creative, and I don't want to feel held back. And the journalism school lets you use everything you can think of and then encourages you to do more.
I would say if you have any kind of curiosity about the world you live in and you want to make the place you live in a better place, journalism is a great, great opportunity, and besides, it's a lot of fun.
Our missions are varied, our tools are diverse. Our culture is inclusive and powerful, but what we all have in common is that we are wired for connection. Connection across time and technology, culture and race. We are the makers, the builders, the dreamers who have a relentless passion for our craft and an unwavering commitment to pursue truth and to ensure that those who come after us continue to build on our legacy of innovation, imagination, and accomplishment. Because in the end, it's about getting it right and having fun along the way, fulfilling our purpose, following our passions, building a better world, and making our dreams come true.
Hello and welcome back. This is our last guest segment of the live stream. Thank you for tuning in and thank you so much for donating. But we are looking for more, so please help continue to fund our education and our amazing experiences here at the University of Iowa. And scan that QR code. We know you're watching on one device, but you definitely have another one up because we're in the age of technology here. So scan that QR code, donate even just $10 to UIowa SJMC. It'll help us tremendously.
Yeah, we want Cole to have a different number to say by the time he
Yeah.
checks that thermometer.
Yeah, and if we raise $10,000, Melissa Tully, Dr. Tully promised that the SJMC band will be playing at the spring picnic. You know what I'm talking about. You know
No, I don't know what
the
you're
SJMC band will be playing at the spring picnic. Now, all of the guests were here.
Yes, the band of professors that
Yes.
we're talking about. Yes, that is true.
Alex Scott, Kevin Ripka,
Brett Johnson, Jeff Grismore.
Yes, they will all
They'll
be
be
playing. And so get it to $10,000 because
Maybe
they're
we
great
can
and we
get
want to see that.
Charles and Angie in on that too.
Yeah.
See. But anyways, back on track here. We are here with students who are currently students here at Iowa, but they're also managing and balancing having interns during the school year, or internships during the school year, which is incredible. We got Liz Schultz and Carly Fedler, and both are interning right now. So why don't you guys both introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your internships?
Yeah, well, I will start. My name's Liz Schultz. I am a senior at the University of Iowa here. I'm on the broadcast journalism track. I have the wonderful opportunity to also be a full-time student, but also intern at KCRG. I am a news intern at TV9 in Cedar Rapids. It's a fantastic opportunity. I essentially serve as a part-time reporter, but it's been a great opportunity. I also balance working at DITV, which all three of those combined can be a lot, but honestly, it's just really strengthened all of my experiences, and it's really prepared me to hopefully get a job out of college in a couple of months.
I'm Carly Fedler. I'm a junior in the journalism school, also in the event management certificate. I'm currently an intern at Little Village Magazine. That's an independent journalism source. Here in Iowa City, we cover all local journalism in Iowa. In eastern Iowa, we do Iowa City, Dubuque, Des Moines, Ames. Good.
Awesome.
I've gotten to interview a lot of local music venues and just cover a lot of arts and culture in the eastern Iowa area.
Oh, and we love arts and culture here, don't
yes,
we, Grace?
We definitely do. I love to hear it. Tell me a little bit about how you guys have been able to balance these internships and being students.
Yeah, well, luckily, I just work part-time, so I am at KCRG on Monday evenings. I'm also there Fridays during the day, and Saturdays kind of throughout the day as well. So I'm really only there part of the time. But it's awesome because I kind of get to go to class and then have a little bit of downtime and then prepare myself before I go to KCRG. And it's only 30 minutes away, which isn't far at all. And my mom recently moved to Cedar Rapids, so technically I live there now. So it's awesome because I'm kind of not far from home at all, and I'm actually from eastern Iowa. I grew up in North Liberty, so it's really awesome getting to work at a news station that I grew up working at. But it's a lot of fun, and honestly, you just kind of get acquainted to balancing a lot of those experiences as well as being a full-time student. You kind of get into the swing of things, and I've really had to work on my time management skills, which is something that I haven't always been the greatest at. But I just have such a great support system at KCRG, and I really have had no problems at all, especially a lot of support in the School of Journalism as well.
For sure.
Yeah, so Little Village office is right here in Iowa City on Dubuque Street, so it's very close, and they are very flexible with working with my time as a student and working in the office. I can work pretty much remotely. I can do any computer time that I need to. I can schedule interviews whenever I need to. So I go into the office Monday and Wednesday morning whenever I don't have class. So it's very manageable. And they're very flexible with working with my time as a student and prioritizing that.
Awesome. So Liz, we're going to start with you. What is your favorite news story or news package that you've created at KCRG?
Yeah, well, obviously I've been able to cover a lot of stories, and my experiences at DITV have kind of helped me excel there. Just a couple weeks ago, I went to a St. Patrick's Day parade, and it turned into a surprise wedding. So this lovely couple, they won a surprise wedding at the end of the parade. How awesome is that? They literally had everything paid for, and they got this travel voucher with the Eastern Iowa Airport to go on a trip. And it was so awesome just seeing their reactions and seeing the audience. And I'm not Irish or anything, and I don't really go to St. Patrick's Day parades, but just seeing that turn into a wedding and just all the people come together in Marion, which is right outside of Cedar Rapids, that was an awesome experience. Just a cute little story before St. Patrick's Day and spring break, so that was awesome.
And Carly, what's your favorite story that you've worked on with Little Village?
Let's see. At the end of February, I got to go to the Engler and just review a show. It was the Milk Carton Kids and Sierra Woodhull. They're just kind of like an indie folk band, the Milk Carton Kids are. And they've come to Iowa City a lot over the past decade. And it was just a really nice show. And they are just another local band that I've gotten to love. It's just an experience that I've really cherished that has come out of Little Village.
That's great. Yeah, and for both of you, walk us through what a typical day in the office looks like for you as an intern.
Yeah, well, for me, newsrooms, they do morning and afternoon meetings, and that's kind of where all the reporters and the staff get together and they say, okay, what's going to be in our early evening shows, and then what's going to be in our 9 and 10 p.m. newscast. So all of the reporters get together and talk about their ideas and their pitches, and the producers collaborate with them as well and kind of come up with a plan. And obviously, news is different every single day, so you come in and you might have something planned, you might not know what you're working on, and that's kind of what I like about working in a newsroom. It's something different every day, and every single day I'm not repeating the same thing. I'm getting to meet different people, do different stories, and just collaborate with the entire newsroom.
Yeah, kind of the same thing with Little Village. Everything is different every week because we're working with the news. Everything is changing. Things are different and happening every single day. So this week, because we're a print magazine, we're in the height of our production week. So we're working with finalizing our calendar and making sure that everything is ready and clean for the magazine to go out. So this week I come in and make sure that all of my like online articles are ready to go. I'm scheduling interviews for anything that I'm working on. I'm mainly working with online articles. I don't have anything in the print issue this month. But yeah, so I come in, just make sure all of my stuff is scheduled, and I just work on researching any background work that I need to, and yeah, just make sure that everything is going as planned.
Perfect. And so do either of you have a favorite assignment? This might be different than like your favorite story. Is there just one story you were covering that maybe was just your favorite, even if the story like yourself that you produced wasn't your favorite?
That's a great question. Well, I'm kind of getting to do a lot of people-oriented stories, whereas at DITV, working on more enterprise stories with local government. So I really like meeting different people. For a while, I said my beat was 100-year-olds because I got to interview this woman who had an 100-year-old birthday, and then this other woman who donated blood, and she's 100 years old. Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
I was so surprised. It literally inspired me to donate, and that was her 52nd time donating blood.
Wow.
So that was just such an inspiring story. Just getting to meet all these different people. I've also talked to veterans as well. Really shows you how you can build connections in Eastern Iowa, and especially being from the area, I'm getting to learn so much more and just grow all those experiences.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just say I just really love to see all of the different people that create art in Iowa and all of the local artists, and I love to see what everybody can create and how unique it all is.
Yeah, because there's so much here. When I started as a student, and I feel like when most people start as students here, you don't really think Iowa has or Iowa City, Eastern Iowa has a huge arts and culture hub, but so many artists that have come here have said like they love coming to Iowa City and Eastern Iowa because of the arts and music and theater appreciation that is in this community.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that's why it's so important that those are represented, because often it's overlooked or entertainment isn't considered newsworthy anymore, but it totally is, and it's so fun. So everybody should tap into that. But anyways, back on track. How has Iowa set you guys up for success for these internships, or if you prefer, how have the internships set you up for success for future jobs?
Well, I wouldn't have the internship that I have now without DITV, and that's given me another internship opportunity at KCCI Channel 8 News in Des Moines. And those experiences have all kind of allowed me to work in different newsrooms across Iowa. I also worked in radio, and I would not have these internships without the help of DITV and the great coaches, the staff, you guys as well. I know you're part of DITV. Everyone's just really helped me learn and grow, and I'm constantly seeing new things and learning new things. And just having that broadcast background. I transferred from Kirkwood, and they didn't have a broadcast program, so I knew I wanted to come here and grow those experiences. So really wouldn't be where I am without DITV.
Yeah, of course. Iowa, just a school of journalism, offers such unique experiences, and I made my way to Little Village because it's a local journalism source, and it's only Iowa, and I love that local vibe. It's very vibrant. But yeah, just being a local source, I think it allows you to build stories that are really unique and really memorable and really make a big impact.
Yeah,
Definitely.
And kind of going off of that too, we know Liz has been a part of DITV, but Carly, what are some things that you've been a part of through the journalism school?
Through the journalism school, I really haven't done much. I came in as an open major, and I didn't declare journalism until the end of my first year, and I was a part of Zealous for a semester, and it was really great.
Yeah.
I really like that, and I really like the idea of print, and I think it, like I said, it's really vibrant, and I really like the artistry of it. So then I came into Little Village, and that's really it. That's as far as I am in my story, but I can't wait to make more strides.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And what's so amazing about the University of Iowa, if you're an alumni watching this, you obviously know how many opportunities there are here. So you should donate to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication to give us more opportunities. And if you're not an alum or you're just tuning in for the first time, you should join our family and donate to make us have amazing experiences. But back on track. So Carly and Liz, if whoever wants to go first, what are some challenges you've encountered trying to balance having an internship and having class or having another job or your involvement at the university?
Yeah, just being a student, just regular student struggles, having class, making sure you're producing like the greatest work. You know, you just have those regular self-doubts that any college student could. But yeah, I think working with an internship, obviously I'm a junior, I think just practice really helps a lot, and just getting into a good groove and learning that time management is really good.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of project-heavy classes, and that can kind of be difficult because with DITV, I'm also having to set up interviews, take photos of people, gather information. But I feel really blessed because I get to work at KCRG on the weekends, and I'm not doing as much schoolwork on the weekends. But really, I come in and I do my story, and the next day I kind of get to do whatever for school. So I feel like I've had a fairly easy time balancing everything. But like I said, with those projects, it can really kind of become difficult time management. And you know, I might be spending a lot of time on one thing versus not spending enough time on something else. So that definitely becomes difficult. But I feel like I said, all the resources at DITV, SJMC, and KCRG, everyone's so helpful, and they want you to succeed. They ask, you know, is there anything that I can do to make your experience better or help you? And just that communication, I feel like constantly they help you with the success there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of leads into our last question for you guys. If you could give one piece of advice for students who are maybe considering interning during the school year and being a student, or just wanting to get into the field and intern, what would that be?
I would say yes to everything. I'm very fortunate because I've had 2 internships before I graduate, and that's definitely something that's not always seen. So I feel very fortunate there. And of course, I have my doubts, you know, am I going to be able to balance this? But like I said, all the resources, they've just been so helpful. So always say yes to those opportunities. And it is going to be okay. You always have time. You can find the time to do something if you just manage it. And yeah, always say yes.
Yeah, I was literally going to say the same thing. Don't be afraid. I mean, just go for it. You're going to have to just dive right in. This is my first internship, and it's been, I mean, just kind of trial and error. You just have to go for it. Just kind of like know your limits. Don't spread yourself too thin, and yeah, it's all, just take it with a grain of salt.
And one of the great things about this major, the School of Journalism here, and the career in general, is how much you get to experiment, and how every class, every day in class, every day on the job or in the internship is different. It's not your normal just like 9 to 5, clock in and sitting down and just doing the same tasks every day. There's something always new happening, whether it's breaking news or it's a new client you're working with, or it's just something new every day.
Yeah,
really
of course.
Yeah.
And I mean, Iowa's given us so many opportunities, all of us, to have these
So
internships.
donate to us.
Yes, so donate so that students like Liz and Carly can keep doing what they want to do, pursue those passions. But for now, thank you guys for being on. We really appreciate your time and learning more about your internships. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Welcome back to One Day for Iowa here at the Adler Journalism Building. Guys, as we wrap up the show, we are at the 63% mark with $6,312 donated by you guys to us journalism students here at the journalism program. Thank you guys so much. Remember, just because we're wrapping up the show does not mean the donation window has closed.
Right here.
As we are still wanting that $10,000 mark. Remember,
so close.
63%. We really appreciate it, guys.
A little
Anything
bit of
else
a
to add?
gap left. If you raise $10,000, the SGMC band is promised to perform, and I personally volunteered the entire DITV staff to do a sing-along, led by me, of course,
Obviously.
to broadcast out to anyone who wants to see it, honestly. So get us to the $10,000 mark, and we will be doing a sing-along. I will make it happen, and you will get to hear everyone's amazing talents. We know you can do it. Let's give a little taste of what it could be like.
You lead that, Hannah.
Okay, ready?
You lead that.
What song do we all know?
You got 30 seconds on the clock.
What's a song we all know right now?
Happy birthday.
No, like a good one. Like a good song.
Twinkle, Twinkle, Little
No,
Star.
okay.
All right, we'll
Can
get
I do
back
songs?
to you.
Wait, can I do songs that are like, can I sing like a cover of an Olivia Dean song? Are we going to get
I
copyrighted?
don't know who Olivia Dean is.
What? No? Okay. We can't sing actually because of copyright, and we are ethical journalism students, and we will not infringe upon that.
But we'll create our own song and we'll get back to everybody.
Yeah.
If we hit 10,000.
If we had $10,000. Up to $10,000 according to Jake, but let's
you
get
can do
past.
more.
We can raise all the way up to $15,000. Look at that.
And there's a donor who will match up to 10,000. Thank you who you are, anonymous donor. Amazing, wants to fund our amazing education here. So once we hit the 10,000, they will match and we will be well above our goal. So get us to that 10,000. We are 63% there. We know you can do it.
And I don't know about you guys, but I had a lot of fun doing this.
Oh yeah.
This was pretty fun.
Grace and I hosted for 4.5 hours today.
Wow.
Make our hard work worth it. And I was on the morning show this morning. So I've been here since 7:30 a.m.
And
going strong.
We film after this.
And we're filming after this for Word on the Street.
We don't
so
stop.
We don't stop.
So everybody donate. Cole? Sports?
I just want to say that the journalism program has done so much for me. I got back from Cleveland covering the Wrestling National Championships, and that's all thanks to you guys, what you guys do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to get these opportunities here at the journalism program here at DIT without your generous donations. So again, thank you very much for all
Thank
your
you all
kind, generous donations.
So much for your donations
It
and
doesn't
for
stop
tuning
here.
in.
Donate all day.
Yes.
Just because a live stream stops doesn't mean the stream of money has to stop. Keep going throughout the entire day. Biggest day of donations, but hey, if you can't donate today, you could always donate another day too. So
And
just
tell
keep
your
it coming.
friends to donate. Get all your family members. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Yeah.
$10 goes a long way, guys.
To the best writing public university in the country, right here in Iowa.
The City of Literature.
Yeah, City of Literature, #1 public school for writing in the country. Don't you want to be a part of that legacy? So donate today.
Donate today so we can do all the incredible things.
yeah.
We heard from so many great
Yeah.
people. But for now, thank you all so much for tuning in for One Day for Iowa, and we will see you next year.
I won't, but...